Unleash the million faces, and one by one they fall. Black-hearted evil, brave-hearted hero. I am all I am, all I am. I am. Here we go, buddy. Here we go. Here we go. Buddy. Here we go. Go ahead, try to see through me. Do it if you dare. Dare. One step forward, two steps back. I'm here.
Back.
Do it. Do it. Oh, they're biting. Okay. They're into that stuff.
Biting? I can taste the day! Save the night, save the night!
I'll be the one to carry far and wide.
Do you dare to fight? Fight evil's might, evil's might!
I'll be the last one standing in the
My eyes
are filled with curiosity.
You think
that you have power over me. In this life, there's no room for you and me. So turn away, all faces, stay with me. With me. Okay, here we go. Yes! Yeah! Oh! I need to pause. Oh my god.
Worst part is it wasn't even gonna be over.
A little longer than a few minutes later.
Nick, I think I'm gonna fucking lose.
You went to go get some water.
Oh, not the last one. I think I'm gonna fucking lose it.
I have returned with my drink.
Hey, Nick. I think I'm gonna fucking lose.
You haven't already?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm perfectly fine, man.
Ever since you came back, Nick.
Oh my gosh.
See if you can make it through here, Sonic.
How about I do this, Eggman? How about you fucking die? You piece of shit. Nobody likes you, Eggman.
Sonic, you're scaring me.
Yes!
Yeah!
Alright, Sonic's story is done!
Golly, I've been waiting to tell you this. Gammatorns aren't real people. They are things created by Matanui.
For our enjoyment, yes!
That's enough.
I am alive, and in your debt, my sister. Tahoe, are you okay?
I'm no longer sexist.
There's all the links and all that in the about section. If you're watching on the replays on YouTube, all the links in the description. Look at that! Hey, did you see that? The fucking cat just spun into a little ball there. Let's go! Hey! 808! Hey, who's a good kitty? Who's a good kitty? Oh, look at that! He's playing patty cake with a cat. Oh, oh, there's a little robot doggy. Hey, boy, hey, who's a good boy? No, come back, doggy. I want to pet the robot doggy. So, Nakai, what brings you to this place? Is your problem inside? I don't think it's anything in your head. The problem must be in your pants. What are you saying? Hey, what are you laughing at? Don't you laugh at it! Sorry, I was right. There is something wrong with your tackle, isn't there? I have a hard problem, arrhythmia. It's not small, damn it! She's shuffling about relentlessly, constantly swinging one leg over the other knee and then back again. She has a very irritated look on her face. Something wrong? Yes. No. Yes. She closes her eyes and draws in a deep breath. Isao, you might not want to hear this, or maybe you do. I'm having my Her Aunt Flo decided to take a visit, I guess!
You enjoying this scene, Chase?
I don't know. I mean, you sure you still want to get risk cutting in the rain? Of course! What, the threat of rain is supposed to stop me? Nick, Emmy's literally the type of person who would go, do your worst, Storm! Wind chimes!
You know what they say, the more the merrier. You know what they say, the more the merrier. You know what they say, the more the merrier. You know what they say, the more the merrier.
Oh my gosh, Eggman's getting annoying.
You know what they say.
Oh my gosh, you gotta get out or not. Oh.
You know what they say. The more the
Oh.
You know what they say. The more the merrier. You know what they say. The more the merrier.
Sure.
Genghis, you know what they say.
The more the merrier. Is the more getting merrier or not?
You know what they say.
His silence says everything.
You know what they say.
Is the water toxic?
No, it's like water. You have a short time
Oh, shit.
before, you start
Wait,
drowning,
wait.
and
Wait, how do I swim?
you don't. Sonic can't swim, Genghis.
Oh. And it's been a while since I
It was
played.
in Sonic 2.
He swam pretty well, though, in the movie.
No, he didn't.
He saved Knuckles.
He had to use a rock to get down. It is in the fucking. Genghis, I am mad.
Are you sure you're okay?
It's nothing bad.
Okay.
I did get hit in the testicles in elementary school once, though.
I mean, Nick, are you really a man if you don't get hit in the testicles at least once?
Nah. Also, I think, the other day or the day before, I almost sat on my testicles. So there's that. I would have done a Mr. Belvedere.
You know what? I want to make that like a quota now. Like, you are not a man unless you have once hurt your testicles.
Once.
Yay, they're happily reunited. Oh, that's
Man,
happy.
would it be funny if, like, somehow, like, the fucking, like things just immediately died right there? I was fucking kidding!
Oh my god, you were
Fucking kidding!
They actually died on the spot!
I was fucking kidding! What the fuck? That would be great.
Oh!
I'm just reminded of the...
Wait, hold up. Oh shit! Super Saiyan just fucking tossed him like a ragdoll!
Oh my God.
Yo! Oh man, these Super Sonic fights are so fucking hype. I love it.
I love this series, Genghis.
Oh, this is amazing. Oh my god, are we gonna do what I think we're gonna do? Are we gonna? Yes, we're gonna fucking use the big sword.
Oh my gosh!
We're gonna use his own fucking.
Wait.
We're gonna use his own fucking sword to kill him.
Oh shit!
Yo!
Oh my gosh!
Oh!
Holy shit!
Oh!
Yo! Yo!
Holy shit!
Let's fucking go! What the heck's going on?
Here we go! I remember the chorus to the song. Live and love. Live and love. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, just tomorrow.
Works of yesterday.
They probably dodged a bullet with,
Yes!
knowing off the way he did. The way they, never
Yes!
since the way they did.
There we go! Yes! God, this level's so fucking annoying when it comes to S ranking. I have to use the restroom.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
I gotta go find my phone.
Oh, no, you're not criminals, never mind then.
Say,
Oh, they're political prisoners.
Political prisoner camp.
Oh my gosh, Hugo just fucking straight up built camps in Arkham What the fuck?
Dude, no. They built it to keep away from the other
Oh!
prisoners.
Oh, they're homeless camps. Oh my gosh.
Genius.
When you said camps, my mind went to, oh my god, Hugo built those fucking camps in Arkham? They're like my mind went to fucking World War II Germany camps. Strange put not only dangerous thugs behind those walls, but also folks he doesn't want talking about him. Okay, well hold on. Actually, I have to ask Nick. So, he didn't build those camps, but I have to ask, would Hugo build those camps? Legitimate question, by the way.
what do we
I
have
don't
here?
know.
Weird out of place plants,
That-
check. Mindless hypnotized
That answer
henchman,
honestly terrifies
check.
me even more.
The oh so subtle odor of rotten
That honestly
corpse,
terrifies me even
check.
more. It's just,
Looks like I found the entrance to
Nick,
Ivy's
you
lair.
pretty much just went. You just pretty much. I was like, wait, so Nick, would Hugo Strange build like, you know, the fucking Nazi camps? And your answer's just, eh? Just a quick reminder that I do have stream elements. You can tip, donate, etc., whatever you want to call it. You do not have to if you don't want to. Just know. Alright, we're on mute. Oh my gosh, this.
Alright, we should be careful about spoilers now since
Nah,
we're gonna get,
fuck the Flash movie, man. I ain't watched that shit. Just spoil ahead, man. I don't give a shit.
No, I mean, Warner Brothers might get involved.
No,
Okay, so,
I don't think so. No, that's not how it works. Like, if you actually like show the Flash movie, then you know Warner Bros. Gonna be like, oh no. But you could talk about it, and shit. So,
Okay.
yeah, so
I swear. Okay. So we have this. Sorry, not. But the question: Did Barry put a baby in a microwave? Combined by you saying, "Okay, so." Just a funny statement for. It's like
Dad.
Did that man put a baby in a microwave? Yeah, yes, but.
So Barry, Barry, oh my God, Barry decided like, okay, fuck it. With as little energy as I have, I'm just gonna rush over to Gotham to go see what I can do. And that's when the bad effects start happening, because Barry. Okay, so there is a funny thing that happens in the beginning where, like Barry is run. He's about to haul ass over to Gotham City. But just before we get the title card of The Flash, it actually interrupts itself with like fans on the sideline going, oh hey Flash, we love you, Flash.
oh yeah, that was in the trailer. Yeah.
And it's like the movie. This movie, like, I think the movie has this thing where it's like, I find some things about it funny, and other things I. So like I like that scene because it's just like, they're like, you know, Barry's just going, oh hey, how you doing, fans? And it's like, oh, he tells the girl, hey, are you gonna eat that candy bar? Like, can I have that? And so it's like, he doesn't catch the candy bar, it goes on the floor because he's busy talking to Alfred. And so he makes it, and so finally the title comes up. He hauls axe right over to Gotham City, and then it turns into a PS3 game.
Okay.
Because
but
I feel so bad for the other people in the
Oh hey Chelsea,
in the audience.
Chelsea came just in time. Not's telling us all about the Flash movie. This is amazing what I'm hearing.
You know, if I had a nickel for every piece of media that I know has a baby in a microwave, I'd have 2 nickels. Which is not a lot, but it's fucked up. It happened twice.
I know.
So
the other time was a True Detective.
Well, for me, the other time was Archie Sonic comics. Yeah. So I guess for me now it's 3 times I've heard a time that someone put a baby in a microwave. So.
They're probably all on different tones too. So that makes it. So that's 3 people three different writers putting a baby in a microwave in different situations.
Oh my gosh.
I really do have to apologize to those people who I in the theater when Barry started to run in the theater. When Barry started to run, you see the bad special effects happen. And I burst out laughing. I'm like, Barry running so fast, everything's just turning into a video game. It's like, where was the money for this movie? That's just that's the biggest problem with this movie. It's the fact that there are action scenes that look pretty cool, but then it just gets bogged down by how the VFX look. It's like, and then it gets kind of better.
It gets kind of better.
Because Barry finally gets to Gotham. The hospital is falling apart. Barry needs to clean up. Barry needs to clean up the. He needs to clean up the. Make sure that the hospital doesn't fall apart because Bruce is going after. Bruce is going after Alberto in a van who stole chemicals.
Okay.
So they did. So Bruce is chasing after this. I just want to say Ben Affleck, at least he finally gets to be in a movie where he's not playing rage-induced Batman.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a good step.
It's like, oh look, he's playing a Batman that that's reasonable and is not trying to gun down everything in front of him.
Oh, he's not shooting anything anymore?
No,
he finally got rid of his guns?
He finally got rid of his guns.
Oh.
So Batman. Flash. He's keeping this building from falling down. They set up this literal Hitchcock device where you see the nursery. Just as Barry arrives to the to the falling down building. And it's like, oh, they're going to, those babies and that nurse, they're gonna fall off. They fall off the building. They do. So Barry thinks to himself, okay, I have to rescue 7 babies, a nurse, and a support dog.
And a support dog.
And I have to figure out how to do this when I'm running out of fucking energy. I burn through calories just calories like a motherfucker. So Barry VFX, VFX not good. There's a problem. That's the problem. It's not good, so it's like you get babies that just look like they come straight out of the Scorpion King.
What? Wait, what?
Wait, have you never heard of the Scorpion King?
I know of the Scorpion King. Like the really shitty, what's it called? Dwayne Johnson. With the really crappy CGI Scorpion Man. That's all I know about it. Again, I haven't seen the Mummy movies. Hello?
No, we're listening.
no, like that's what I'm mentioning there. Just like that's really weird early 2000s crappy CGI for Dwayne The Rock Johnson. It's like that feels like what happened in the movie because the babies are falling down, and there are real babies that they green screened in.
They green screened babies? Oh my gosh!
So I think the way they did it was like, oh, they had someone wear a completely greened over VFX suit and just was holding a baby, and they gave the illusion that the baby was falling. Wow. And it's like, I can tell, like the funny thing about that entire scene is I can tell I can tell what's a real baby and just what's this creepy Scorpion King baby that they had to render in because they cannot make a baby fall in that way because it's gonna make them scared. So like. Barry's gotta save all these babies, so he breaks into a vending machine that's also falling, so they could just consume all the shit that's in there.
Huh.
So that, and they mentioned like the weird thing about this movie is it's a movie that also wants to like pride itself on like, oh, you know, Barry, he's a speedster, but all of his physics makes sense in real life, which I don't really think they do. I think they some things just feel too comic book logic for my taste. So like with Barry, it's like he cannot move the babies rapidly. You know, he cannot move the babies fast while he's going fast, because essentially what he'd be doing is he's exerting a force that they wouldn't be able to handle. So he's got to handle them as gently as possible. So throughout the whole thing, Barry's just eating food. I think it's a really funny and fun scene to see. It's just like, again, the problem is it's just like, where was the fucking budget for this movie? It's like you
cancel Batgirl for this.
Exactly. You got fake CGI Scorpion King babies falling down. And that's the problem there. But then it's like throughout the scene, just Barry's just subtly shifting the babies along, so that like they're all together. So that eventually, when he hits the ground, he can find something to carry them onto, without exerting so much force. That would be like kind of deadly to them. And so while that's going on, Barry spots a microwave, and he takes a burrito out of it and eats it. And so he like, there's a baby right next to the microwave, and so he thought to himself, okay, this is, microwave's kind of unplugged, even though like when all time goes back to normal, like that microwave is steaming. So I'm like,
Barry, you're cooking the baby! No, Barry!
It's like Barry. It's like so yeah. He does put a baby in a microwave. but it wasn't like he put a baby in a microwave that was on. It was just, it was part of the shit that fell from the nursery when it.
That's still fucking funny as hell, though.
It is funny. But it just feels like intentionally funny.
Huh.
Because they obviously meant it as a joke.
Alright.
So it's like Barry he finally gets on the floor. He has like a gurney that he grabs onto, and he's just like gently putting the babies on the gurney. He puts the doggo on the gurney. He puts the microwave on the gurney.
What?
Wait, what?
He puts the he finally sees like the woman, and he's like the floor around him is just cracking. It's like so to prevent him from like potentially falling. He does a goddamn leap over the gurney. Right in front of it. He saves the nurse. And just before something falls down on him, he clears out of that. And then everything just all time goes back to normal. It's like 3 minutes of that, of just time in a free, time in slow-mo.
Quicksilvering, I guess.
Yeah, it was very like Quicksilver inspired.
Alright.
And so like Barry's like, hey, ta-da, and it's like he takes the baby out of the microwave. It's like that got a chuckle out of me. That got a genuine chuckle.
Barry turning a white baby, doing a reverse Michael Jackson. With a baby.
Would I trust Ezra Miller with a real baby Ray? Hell no.
No.
Fuck no. No.
Unfortunately, there are actually some real stories about Ezra Miller and baby.
Oh gosh. Jeez. I guess also I have to ask, like, if we just put Ezra Miller's performance in a vacuum, how was he actually not?
I was just saying right here, Ezra Miller's a fucking horrible person.
Oh no, yeah, he is.
But damn, is he good in this movie?
Really?
What?
Like there's a scene towards the end that got to me.
Really?
Because Ezra Miller, he's a fuck up, but it's like,
oh no, yeah, he is.
But like he is, it's like he feels like a more terrible version of, and when I mean by terrible, I just mean like as a human, a more terrible version of like Vincent D'Onofrio, where I feel like if I was on set with this man, he would be the pain in my ass, because he probably has an ego the size of fucking Saturn. But like when it comes time to start rolling, he's not Jared Leto. He's not some he's not some kind of pompous asshole who thinks he's good at his work. He gets down to fucking business and he does his goddamn job.
Wow.
Like, cause they're like, my problem with Ezra is he should not have been Barry. Because
he should not have been Wally. Maybe Bart.
Maybe. Like, cause again, it's like Barry doesn't act like the fool. He doesn't act like someone who jokes around a lot, because Barry he's straight laced. But oddly enough, in this film, like, even though Barry, there are moments where like Barry's just like cracking wise. When it comes down to him meeting his doppelganger, Barry's really serious. Because the doppelganger, they make a distinction to where it's like,
who just joined us?
Hola.
Man, Chingus, you're racist.
I'm not a racist. I remember I made an addendum to my statement. There was like only one person in the chat, so I said, hey, where are the white people at? But then Ray's told me, hey, don't forget me. I was like, oh, you know what, Ray? I'm sorry, I'm being exclusionary towards you. My bad, man. Where are the white and black people at?
Where are my token buddy?
What about the Hispanics?
Well, Nazi here, so he's Hispanic. Well, he's Cuban, but still.
Oh yeah, that's still Hispanic.
I'm sorry, not us in the non-Hispanic community, a non-Hispanic community have officially adopted Cubans as being white.
You're lumped in because here's the thing: you especially Cubans in Florida. Cubans in Florida are automatically Republicans, so therefore they're white.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh man. Yeah, it's like the race auction. the white people adopted
the racial
you.
draft.
It's the racial draft. Yeah, you got adopted by the white people, not. Meanwhile, we Asians, we got the Wu-Tang Clan now.
Well, for this month. Sorry, next month you're gonna be back to being white.
We got the RZA, the Giza, and the and the 38.
Yeah.
So basically, Ezra, horrible, but he's actually a pretty good actor.
Yeah.
There, I fucking knew I had to save. Oh my gosh, good thing I saved right there. Holy shit. It always crashes when I do the cabaret club. That's...
Hello.
Oh, hey,
hello.
Comet's here. Hey. It's a curse? Maybe, Chelsea. I don't know. Again, I don't know what's happening. It always crashes at the cabaret club.
Oh, did I cause that?
No, that wasn't...
Yes, you did.
No, that wasn't you. Wait, no, you said... Okay, no, real quick, before you go back to talking about fucking Flash, you said that Yakuza 0's PC port has issues, right? So is this So is this a common thing that happens to everyone? It crashes on the cabaret club?
I heard crashes, stuttering, yes. Cause like the problem with the port is I think it has some, like, I don't know if your PC has like game mode or something.
Mode?
Yeah, PCs have that option where it's like, oh, there's game mode because Microsoft added it. Essentially, what happens is that the refresh rate is screwy. Where like, I know you're not running your like, I'm pretty sure yours still gonna run at like 144 hertz. Your monitor. So like, but still, like, it goes screwy because they didn't fix that problem when they ported over the game, and so you get like the crashes. I think in general they are rare for certain devices, but there are moments where you do get the stuttering, and it's like. I don't know if they've got help porting these games or the like, but I do feel like oh, she sunk the 8.
She sunk the 8.
大したもんやな。
Like, yeah, I feel like. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna. She got fouled though, because she also sunk the white ball.
Yeah, she did. So you get to move it. You need to hit the 2 next. And you can go like closer, back.
I can just do here.
Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah. You get a freebie.
There we go. And I got a foul too.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go. We both got fouls. There we go. Let's call it even eye. We both got fouls.
No, like the port just has. Just has huge issues.
大したもんやな。
Holy shit! Damn!
Oh my god.
Damn, I'm gonna lose pool.
大したもんやな。
Holy shit, she's unstoppable.
やった。
大したもんやな。
Oh, how's Mr. Keaton in the Flash?
I really liked him.
Really?
It's because like you could really tell Michael Keaton wanted to become Batman again. Because he's just having a ton of fun in the role, and to give credit what is due is like he's not sitting around. He's it's like damn he's allowed to do he's allowed to get into like of course there's a stunt double, but it's like that's true for all the things. It's like oh man it's like he's getting into fights.
Oh.
Okay, here, like, how's the actual writing? Not the acting, not the special effect. The actual writing. Does the whole time traveling aspects make sense? Is there any glaring plot holes?
The thing about the time, like the movie doesn't really feel like a time travel movie as much as it just, well, because essentially it goes with the notion of. It goes with the notion of no, Barry didn't create this setting. This setting already existed. He just allowed he just allowed the right conditions for it to come to be. Because essentially what Barry just did was he went to Earth 2. They don't call it Earth 2, but it's Earth 2. It's Earth 2 where Batman, Tim Burton's Batman existed.
I think the
think
whole point of Flashpoint is time travel.
the point of Flashpoint is that Barry creates. Barry accidentally creates a.
Barry wanted to save his mom,
right?
So he went back in time to save his mom. What it does is that it creates a worse future.
If that
right, DC universe.
If that time travel mean like that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
but now you're all of a sudden you're dealing with multiverse.
Like
Barry, I'm sorry, you can't be allowed to save your mom. Walks in Spider-Man 2099.
Oh gosh!
Well, since we're talking about Flashpoint, I'm obligated to do this. It was me, Barry.
It was me, Barry. Hey, I won. Good job, I.
Any classic Flash villains? One of the biggest rogues gallery of the DC.
The thing about the movie is it's hard to say that there's a villain.
Really?
Because Zod is in the movie, but Zod is only important because of what happens in Earth 2. Like, okay, so my problem ultimately comes into I don't like Flashpoint. Because
really, you don't like Flashpoint?
Flashpoint has the problem where it goes with that particular time travel thing that I don't like, and that's
okay. What's that?
And that's I don't know how other things describe it, but I always like to describe it as the fixed point in time. It means that this general has an event. Like there's an event that happens where you can't change that event because essentially the reason for it is because if you change that event, it will cause a paradox to happen. But instead of showing the paradox happening, they just say, well, you can't change the event.
Huh.
Well, okay, so I would actually agree with that. I've been thinking about that, and it's like, actually, that would make sense, but here's how you would do it. A person goes back in time, changes the event, goes up to Returns to the Future. The event, it never happened because the paradox is that you change one event in history, right? It depending on the event, it messes up the circumstances to cause time travel to happen precisely so that you can go back in time.
Because
so it basically it basically nothing happened.
Mana, makeover time.
Because it doesn't necessarily create a point where like it becomes confusing. It's like, like does that supposed to happen? Because the internal logic of the film is that Barry's not essentially creating something. He's just jumping from something that already exists.
Huh.
He just had to. Of course, like I said, he just had to make sure that the pieces were there so that it can shift from one setting to another. So, like, one thing I really like about the movie was that Barry's mother gets killed.
Well, that's the whole point of Barry. Mom dies.
But
I just may I go on a minor rant?
Yeah.
I'm so sick of Barry's mom dying.
Really? But
yeah.
Okay.
I think it's giving unnecessary tragedy to a character that doesn't need it.
Again, I don't know much about like the Flash comics, like, but like all I know is like that's like
his mom.
That's like
his mom never died before Flashpoint.
Really?
Yeah.
It just
the classic tragedy. Sorry, but the classic tragedy of Barry Allen is Reverse Flash killing Iris.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So when did they all of a sudden decide? No. Let's not talk about that. Flashpoint, huh?
Yeah.
I really like Barry Allen because he feels like he's a normal guy in the group. He's like the most normal person in the group of the Justice League. And I feel like having his mom dying is kind of taking that away from him, adding some unnecessary tragedy to a character that doesn't really need it.
Okay, so here's an important question. I know you didn't like Across the Spider-Verse.
Somewhat.
We're gonna do comparing the two, which is the better film, even though you have to give it the fact that Across the Spider-Verse is just half a movie.
The Flash.
Really?
The Flash has an ending. You know, it has something. You know, it has a payoff to what happened. Like the problem with Across the Spider-Verse is, it's an entire movie where they set up something interesting. They go off to do something else, And then by the end of the movie, when you thought, like, oh, but I want to see what the interesting thing was, it's like, no, you're gonna have to wait for the next movie. Like,
which is next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting way of doing it, but I am not going to see The Flash at all. I just look at the plot and stuff, and then there's like, yeah, there's problems already with the plot. It's
okay if you don't. Like, I'm not going to be going, oh, you need to see this movie. It's just, I think there was good in the movie, but again, it's like, you could tell the problems with, like, the problems they had, like, the controversies really down.
Well, and also DCU.
Yeah, and the DCU. But again, it's like, that's just, that's blaming a child for being already in a broken home.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna probably see Across the Spider-Verse, but only when the next film is out. And just watch them
I'm actually gonna probably watch Spider-Verse sometime next week.
Like, because one thing I would say about the film that I really like, that I think like what a lesser film would have done is like, Barry tries to confront the killer, and then it's like, oh, I confronted the killer. Oh my God, it turned out that I'm my own grandpa this entire time. Oh, who knew?
Don't you get it, Fry? You're your own grandfather!
No, I got one. It was me, Barry. I am your grandfather.
Yeah, but I like the Futurama reference though. Don't you get it, Fry? You're your own grandfather! Ah!
No, I wouldn't mind like some guy on YouTube, like doing like, doing a comedy sketch with that premise. Reverse Flash is good. Is Barry's grandfather.
Because there is no Reverse Flash. There's no Captain Cold.
Really? Not even Reverse Flash?
There, like Zod, like I said, he's a villain, but his parts are only.
What about what do they call it? Dark Flash? You know, the one that looks like fucking Kamen Rider Black?
Dark Flash is just the results of Barry messing up with the time stream. He creates the problem. He creates the problem of, of thinking that he can change something when he knows that, the timeline is going to be stubborn and it's going to want its pound of flesh. And so every time essentially he's trying to save Kara, because in this reality, Superman wasn't the one who had, one who had the information in the codex to terraform a planet to be, Krypton, which is a Man of Steel thing. It's like, that's the can of worms that Man of Steel had. Kara did. And so like Barry, one of the Barrys just has this problem where he just can't let go, and he just keeps reversing time until eventually, the multiple times that Zod takes him out gets to him, and that's how Dark Flash becomes a thing.
It is kind of a waste to see no Flash villains in this movie. Flash does have one of the best rogues galleries in comics.
Really?
Easily top 10.
Yeah. because Flash's villains, like the major interesting thing about them is that they're criminals, but a lot of them, mainly the rogues are
they're very much blue collar.
They're
very much blue collar. Yeah. The rogues feel like they feel like a very blue collar criminals, I guess.
Like similar to Spider.
Yeah.
Like Spider, Jenkins, if
you want, if you want a rogues gallery to compare with Spider-Man's, it'd probably be the Flash. More than that, they're a lot more similar.
The film doesn't do the whole thing where it's like, Barry sees who kills his mother and he realizes that, he was the direct response of why his mother died. It's like, no, that bullcrap out. That doesn't happen. Essentially, what happens is that Barry eliminates the situation from playing out by essentially his father. Like, his father was away from the house because his mother forgot to get a can of tomatoes, tomato sauce.
Huh.
So it's like it's a simple. It's a simple mistake that ends up becoming something big, because we don't know who the intruder is. He just comes in because he thought it was an empty house, and Barry's mother ends up dying, and his father has to, deal with the brunt of has to deal with the brunt of the consequences, because there's just nothing in his favor. Despite Barry's best efforts to prove that he wasn't the one who did who did the stab.
Wait, how does that?
So, well,
no, but it's something that is convenient, but that sounds like super convenient just so that you can have Barry's dad in prison in the first place. Like, the way the scenario, you would not think that the cops would, in order to, because
so the reason why Barry's dad most likely went to prison is because Barry was so shocked at seeing his mother die, seeing his mother dead, that instead of going and calling the cops, he ran away. And so it gave the impression that Barry was the one who saw his father. Essentially, people believe, the father's the one who did it because the child obviously saw it. And there's no evidence.
Asking for eye when she's busy.
No, that is bullcrap.
Well, there's no
automatic.
There's no look, Ninjato. There's no evidence that says he didn't. Like but in a court of law, Your Honor, you can't just okay. There's no evidence that exonerates him, but there's no evidence that he didn't commit the murder, or there's no evidence that disprove it. No, makes little sense.
Holy shit! Oh my gosh!
There's no evidence that exonerates him. Like, wait,
oh my gosh, hold on.
There'd be a different, there'd be a different, there'd be a different question if, but like his prints, his prints were on the knife. There's no confirmation of another person being on there. So it's like he tried to take the knife out because he was trying to save his wife. So it's like, there's a plenty of bullshit evidence that the prosecution can use to say that he did it, even though you can claim he didn't. But again, there's no evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, sorry, this is not. This is super shaky on the premise.
Look, Ninjano, one, I'm pretty sure these people aren't that, you know...
No, I'm talking about in a story. It's like...
In a story?
That is...
It works. Because if you try to explain it as...
Ninjano, it sounds like you're just saying, at least to me, it sounds more like your nitpick says, that's not how real world works. Instead of, that doesn't work for the story. At least that's how it comes off to me. I could be wrong. I'm willing to admit if I'm wrong. But it just, at least in my ears right now, what I'm hearing right now, it seems more like that's not how the real world prison system works. That means that's bad.
So, you know, people aren't falsely accused.
Well, no, it's more of the case of when you have like something that is you set up the plot in a way that is a little bit flimsy. It's super flimsy. It's not
really flimsy. It's just something that doesn't really need to be explained. Because we don't really need to know who the killer is. We just need to know that this situation is what happened.
You didn't need to go into explaining about the way the mother died.
Well, because the mother died because supposedly an intruder came in and killed her. But again, no one knows that happened. And so the presumption there, because the husband was there, and there's, you know, he was right there, and his knife, you know, his handprints were potentially on the knife. That he was the one who did it, because again, no one can prove that he wasn't there. No one can prove that someone else was there.
I'm safe. Yeah.
Unless the argument here would be that she just slipped on the knife.
Whoops! Oh, no! My wife! I just want a scene where just the killer's escaping and the dad's coming back. Like, who's ready for Boggle? No! My wife! Barry's gone missing! No! We're gonna have pasta Italian tonight! It's like Family Guy with OJ. Who's ready for Boggle? No! My man Ronald!
In fact, the movie actually does make a good point that, like, Barry could have evidence to exonerate his father. The problem is that they can't really confirm that his father is actually the one on the camera at the grocery store, because he never looks up.
Wow.
Like, that is his father. They don't make ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just you can't really confirm it.
Huh.
So the movie is kind of just saying that it is.
Ooh, Ice Final Training.
What do you call it? This was a gross negligence of justice.
Ooh, here we go. Ice Final Training. Alright, Chan. I think your customer service skills are in pretty good shape. Let's make this our last talk. Alright, let's do this. Alright, come on, let's do this.
Because you be surprised by how quickly that when a wife gets murdered, the husband is the first one to be questioned.
Oh yeah, that's
that's obvious, but it's not the first one to get convicted.
But again, who else is going to do it? Like, the problem with saying, oh, he can't be the one who did it, is like, who else is going to do it?
Okay,
Barry?
I get it.
No, you don't.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem. It's not you don't get it. It's just you think I'm an idiot.
Okay. Whoa.
No, you're talking to me like
hold on.
idiot.
Okay. Let's not talk about that anymore. All right. Let's just.
Hey, guys, tempers are feeling. Yeah.
Let's just take 5. Let's put a pin on that conversation. Just put it aside.
Honestly,
oh, good.
I think it's really. What I do think is idiotic is getting all riled up over the Flash movie. Of all things.
I'm not getting riled up over the Flash movie.
No.
Getting riled up over
all right.
how Doubt is.
Okay, all right. We can argue about this some other time. I don't feel like turning the stream into an argument stream. So let's just put a pin on that conversation. Just whoop, there we go. Put it aside. All right. How about this? Let's focus on. How about we focus on the game here? Like I'm doing my last customer service training with I. So let's see. I says she was at her last club. She was #1 girl, but also meant your coworkers also trying to stab me in the back. Oh dang, I that's no good.
Apparently, Beast Boy's getting an animated series.
Really? Oh.
Apparently, it's called Beast Boy Love Wolf.
What?
It's being made by Hanna-Barbera.
Alright.
What?
Look what Serena posted in
Okay.
TV Talk.
Let me see. Beast Boy Lone Wolf. Huh. Okay. Beast Boy. Would Raven pay, please? Can we just have normal sex for once? No. Turn yourself into a horse. Oh! Have you seen those memes? It's like, please, let's just have normal sex for once. No. Turn into a horse. Oh! And Beast Boy's like, it looks like he's just gonna cry. Just, oh, come on.
I saw one that says turn into an octopus.
Turn into an octopus.
Oh, you know,
how's Supergirl in the movie?
Oh yeah, how's Kara?
She's pretty good. It is a Kara who, like, her first interaction with any human is just being locked in a chamber for years. So she's not.
So like.
So it's like Flashpoint.
So like Flashpoint Superman.
Yeah, but instead of Flashpoint Superman being, terrified of the world around him, because he's never seen like a human before, she's kind of like shaky about humans, because she got trapped in a ball.
All right.
What do you call it? She got trapped in a ball. That she had no sunlight.
Okay, so I do have a question.
Yes.
So you mentioned the whole Kara keeps dying. Did Barry find a way to stop that?
So Barry realizes that like it's the problem. Like the problem is that they're going. This is a fixed point in time. Like this is going to happen regardless of whether we try to do something or not, because this whole situation just came about because we messed around with the timeline at first, when we brought back our mother. So like this, oh my god, the original Barry decides, let's reverse everything, and then the younger Barry, obviously he doesn't want to be the one to lose his mother, tells him no. And he's, no, there is a way that we can save Kara. We have to try hard enough. And it's like, well, but the problem is this Barry he's not equipped to deal with General Zod. Like every time he tries to, he's just going to get his ass kicked. Until they make the revelation that about dark
Kamen Rider Black Flash.
Kamen Rider Black Flash. What do you call it? Like the Kamen Rider Black Flash, and it's like, oh, he's a younger, he is younger Barry, who couldn't deal with the fact that he couldn't change fate.
Hmm.
Me, I don't like the idea of fate. I don't like essentially just.
Insert Dr. Fate grumbling in the corner.
Like, what do you mean by fate?
Like, I don't like the idea that something is set in stone. Because I like we got like to take from Terminator. Terminator's whole big thing was nothing is set in stone. You know, fate is only what you make of it. So like something can be changed. But like I don't particularly enjoy, like, that's sort of my problem with this film, is it deals with Flashpoint, and it deals with the whole thing, like, of, well, you can't change this fate, you know, you can't change this fate that you're in yourself, that you're dealt with, because like, it seems like, it's a universal truth when it shouldn't really be. But
what do you mean?
Like, so Batman and Kara, they have to, they are the ones who have to keep being sacrificed, because
so here's the thing. I'm not, because this seems to be more than just like a film context.
Yeah, it's a subjective.
It's a personal philosophy.
Yeah, because
issue.
My problem with it it comes to the idea that, well, like, time travel by all means is a physical impossibility.
I'm talking about, it seems to be me, because, when you do time travel stories, and you're talking about, like, fate is one of them, because...
Chelsea, what kind of question is that? Of course superheroes can have... That's the whole point of superheroes. They have personal philosophies, Chelsea. Chelsea, what kind of question... Chelsea!
Like, so is this more of, like, your just view in life in general?
Yeah. Because I don't like the idea that something is destined to happen, because it takes the power away from the from the protagonist. I think it's
if you like applying it, like, I was asking more about the personal philosophy, not in terms of story, but in terms of life. Real life, because it seems to be more of, like, your issue is more about from your philosophy about life in general, unless you have, like, a different philosophy in relation to storytelling.
Okay, so I guess if I would have to put it in the philosophy of my life, it's that, like, I don't particularly believe that there is something that's set in stone for me. I believe that my actions are my own. That
you believe in free will and not predestination.
Yes, I don't particularly like it when it happens in stories, because Calvinist molding.
Yeah, that's why personally, it's because I am a Calvinist, and Calvinists have a very specific way when it comes to free will and predestination that is very super specific.
Oh, so
would it be Calvinistic if I
continue not?
So I'm not like Ninja. I don't want to insult you for your Calvinist.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just trying to understand where your critique comes from, right? It's like trying to get it, because this seems to be more when you're talking about the whole the whole fate thing.
Let's go.
It's a bit more on in relation to your personal philosophy. You're like deconstructing an element of a film that the film was trying to propose as part of the story.
Ice up story. Here we go. Ice up story.
Yeah, like I don't believe in predetermined results. I believe that there is a sense of there's a sense of a choice affecting something, but it's not that choice has that choice was laid out for me, as so much it is a randomness to how I applied that choice. It's like I didn't like for instance I didn't decided what I wanted to do with my life because because it was a destiny that I needed to I needed to achieve. It's just I feel like when I feel like when my choices are immediate. I'm sorry if it doesn't sound like I'm very clear about this.
I understand. It's quite hard when you're talking about so I believe in predestination, but I also believe in free will, and it's one of those topics in Calvinist circles to not be predeterminism where everything's a robot. We believe in free will, but we also believe in predestination because we emphasize God's sovereignty above all. Every time our theology it's towards giving God more sovereignty as opposed to our individual works. We tend to use predestination in terms of whether you're going to heaven or hell type thing. Like who is elected. Ever heard of the concept of the hidden church?
Yes.
If I'm gonna go to hell, I'll bring my shotgun.
Yeah. Chigus, do you know the concept of the hidden church?
Nope, never heard of that before.
Okay, so John Calvin, I think John Calvin was the one who started the phrase, because the issue is that during the Reformation, a thought was coming around because you had both Catholics and Protestants going about, and the question about, okay, if we are saved by grace and faith alone, right? How do you really know if somebody goes to is part of the actual church, like the bigger church community, church with a big C, not like denominations, which would be little c in this context?
Okay.
And so, because before then, the idea was that if you're a Christian, you be a Catholic. You follow the Catholic doctrines, and everything will go. But now we're in a situation of we have different beliefs. So, the idea of a hidden church where only God knows precisely who goes to heaven and hell. Only God really knows. That's like the short version. So many people will say, "Lord, Lord," as quoted in Matthew, and he would say, "I don't know you." Ooh. And that could be applied to people who have been going to church all their life, to somebody who didn't know Christ, precisely, whether they just grew up in a village out in the middle of nowhere that had no connection to church ministry at all.
All right.
And that tends to be a little bit more kerfuffly to people because people think that predestination, in terms of the biblical context, means that God will just choose us random who will go to heaven and hell. When that's not really the point. The point is
God is omniscient, and he knows what you're gonna do.
Right. And
there we go, max level. Alright, that's what I like to see. Yeah, people.
It's a bit more complicated. Okay, so Calvinists also. Okay, I may have to go.
Oh,
all right, so some of Calvinist beliefs, we have this phrase called tulip.
Tulip?
Yes, it's an acronym.
The Dutch have a phrase called tulip.
Yes, it's so it's 5 ideas.
All right.
And some Calvinists are 4 points, which they remove a point. So it's total depravity, meaning there's no way that you as a person can save yourself save your own soul.
Okay.
Like you're born sinful. You can't do it. Nothing. Zilch nada.
You know what? Oh, damn it! Wait, what did she ask for again? Oh, guest class. Damn it! I didn't want to exit out that.
You're about to say something now?
No, I was agreeing with you. No, I agree wholeheartedly.
I was actually going to say this. I was actually going to say this. You just reminded me of something. I was playing Doom Eternal, and then like, I remember Wednesday. I remember like the like the USC spokesperson, the lady who's like, hey, let's be all for the demons. She's like, I just remember there was just a funny quote. She's like, no one's born a sinner. You gotta work hard for that shit. It's like. That's kind of funny. It's like, oh, you don't just get to join the demon army. You got work to be part of the demon army, jackass. So I found that kind of funny. It's like, oh no, you don't just get to meet Mr. Satan himself just like that. You gotta work for that shit.
Okay, so and then the second point is unconditional election. So the term elect is basically who God picks to be part of the big C church and enter, and they are the ones that are like the true followers of Christ, and then who will be for his kingdom and will go to heaven.
No, damn it.
So, not? Were you about to say something?
Oh no, I didn't.
Okay, so basically unconditional means that if you are elected, there is absolutely no way that you will be able to reject the Holy Spirit.
You're gonna get the Holy Spirit, and you're gonna like it.
Yeah, pretty much. You will become a Christian, essentially.
You are a Christian, but I don't want to be a Christian. Well, that's too bad, son, because you're gonna be part of God's kingdom forever.
Well, okay. So the methods are gonna be different, right? The way you're gonna get to it is gonna be different, but end result is the same. Like, we're talking about God here. We're talking about Big G up in the sky, the way he sees it, and the way how everything is set up in the terms of Calvinists. And this part is the part that is one of the biggest disagreements between Calvinists and Catholics, because and even people who are into free will or Arminianism, is because they kind of believe that you can fall off.
Okay.
Like, it's not a guarantee. And then the third one is the one that tends to be dropped off if people are 4 point. It's called limited atonement. So atonement is the idea is that when Jesus. So atonement is a reference to Jesus' death on the cross. So when Jesus died on the cross for the sins of humanity, it's meant for everyone with just atonement. Limited atonement means no, it's actually Jesus' exact death is actually meant for the elect. And this tend to be one of those debatable ones that people tend to disagree on in terms of Calvinist circles. It's like,
okay.
And then the fourth one is irresistible grace. It's the same with unconditional election. So unconditional election means that you are guaranteed, and irresistible grace means you can't resist it. And then the fourth one is Perseverance of the Saints. Is that about if I remember correct? I just need.
Oh, you want a party? I'll give you a party. Party, party, H-A-R-T-Y.
It's a reference to remaining in faith, and it's more of a reference to baptism. Our Calvinism comes from a branch called Augustinian Calvinism.
Okay.
Basically, it's a branch, part of a branch of theology that is from Saint Augustine, who is a famous Christian theologian that I highly recommend you read some of his works. Like he wrote, one of his famous works is Confessions, which is an Confessions is an autobiography, essentially, about his life.
Alright.
And pretty much Catholics, every Christian denomination claims that Augustinians is their guy.
Even Presbyterians?
Yes, this is, yeah.
No, everyone. Well, Presbyterians are Calvinists. Everyone, like every Christian branch in terms of theology claims that Augustine is on their side. Like that was the funny things. Like Catholics,
all Christians hate have an intense rivalry with other Christian branches, except you, John Augustine. You're cool.
Like no, basically it's like the idea is that he's like the kid, and they're all saying, no, he's our kid. No, he's ours. He's like night. It's like that fish with the
John Augustine being I just imagine John Augustine being a poor kid in a rough divorce.
Except it's like a whole bunch of divorces, or like
it's no a divorcee from a divorced kid. No, it's a bunch of people trying to find out who's the father with a when they're practicing polygamy.
Here.
Hold on.
Oh, wait. Yuki.
Chelsea. No. Saint Augustine is not a location of the fountain of youth. He's a person.
No, Chelsea.
What are you talking about?
Confusing.
Jesus,
Saint Augustine with Ponce de Leon.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, Chica.
The pawns.
Chelsea, okay, we really need to have a read.
I can't think of Ponce de Leon without thinking of the Crone High version. Where it's just Fonz from Happy Days.
Well, speaking of,
there we go. Make me money, people.
Speaking of continuing pieces, I found this on Twitter.
I can't see at the moment.
You guys want to hear a really good quote about the Byzantine Empire?
Sure.
The whole city of Constantinople is full of arguments about theology. The squares, the marketplaces, the crossroads, the alleyways, old clothesmen, money chargers, food sellers, they're all busy arguing. If you ask someone to give you change, he philosophizes about the begotten and the unbegotten. If you inquire about the price of a loaf, you are told by way of reply that the Father is greater and the Son is inferior. If you ask, is blasphemy? The attendant answers that the Son was made out of nothing. Quote, Saint Gregory of Nyssus.
Something. Let me guess. That was a reference to the Eastern Orthodox Church.
The Easter. I am. Right now, I am slowly going through the History of Byzantium podcast, and I've also just finished up watching a 6.5 hour video of a guy going through Byzantine history from the Arab invasion to the fall of Constantinople. Holy shit, do these guys argue?
Yeah. And
the Byzantines had enemies on all sides of their border. The Arabs, Persians, Bulgars, Slavs, Venetians.
Venice. Always Venice.
The Venetians, the Lombards. The Venetians... But, Venetians, the Byzantines may have hated them, but they hated other Byzantines more.
Huh.
Yeah, their empire could have lasted longer if they just simply stopped trying to kill each other, trying to take the thrones. And
it's more stable than you think.
Well,
but a lot of it could have been avoided if they simply had more unity under the church. Because holy shit, did they argue so fucking much?
Yeah, so the way the Eastern Orthodox Church, they have a big head patriarch, but they don't believe in a pope. That's why they split off from.
Okay, so you see, back in the day, there was something called the Pentarchy, where there were 5 heads of the church. One in Rome, who was now the Pope. One in Constantinople, who was turned into the Eastern Orthodox Patriarch. And then one's in Antioch, Jerusalem, and Alexandria. The ones and back in the day, they all kind of balanced. They probably disliked each other a whole lot, but they kind of balanced each other out because there was a lot of them. And then the Arabs invaded, and then there's 2 left.
So the thing about the Eastern Orthodox Church is that their claim, they are the ones that are super into the OG apostle way.
Okay.
Even more than Catholics.
So the vague differences, like the basic differences of like this might not be basic, but from what I understand, Catholicism is all about kind of like a very big sciencey, while they like to they're all about exploring the world and what God made, and Eastern Orthodox is kind of more like, listen, we're all about kind of like the mysticy kind of thing, where they're kind of more vague about it. They like things,
Yeah,
more unexplained.
So Eastern Orthodox are very much into the concept of the universal church in a spiritual sense. Where it's
Orthodox, Chelsea, not Easter.
You still have to go through the church for your salvation and all that stuff, but the bigger church is a bit more they're icons, so all those paintings of icons of saints that Eastern Orthodox likes to use. Their viewpoint is that those are windows into the spiritual realm.
All right.
So during a worship service, you're not just worshiping along the people in the physical realm, but also the universal church in all-time space in a spiritual sense. As opposed to Catholics. Catholics are a bit more are all about organizations, but also the biggest difference, really the biggest thing, is that they love Rome.
Son of a bitch! Oh, you were so close to one ball. Why?
Oh my goodness! The major reasons why the church got divided between East and West was over Rome.
Listen, Nick. You sound that like loving Rome is a bad thing.
Rome is fine and all, but it's not meant to be the center of the church, as the people of Rome constantly that's the.
To be fair, Rome was to be fair, the mindset back then was all roads lead to Rome.
Well, yeah, but they really took that phrase and tried to make it into a major foundation of Christian doctrine. Not that, yes, Rome is a useful location and is a very powerful state to preach the gospel from.
No, Rome is a holy city.
Yeah, Rome is the holy city, even more so than Jerusalem. Yes.
Yeah.
Even more so than
God's, the place of God's chosen people.
Yes!
Versus
I got the 8. Oh fuck! That was a foul. Fuck.
Versus the what do you call it,
the rejects of Troy.
The rejects of Troy.
I mean, you can also go through it like this. I do have the opinion that the Pope is just a fucking pintark that got too big for his britches. That wanted to make himself more special. He's basically that.
Yeah,
I do not like the papacy.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the papacy. I respect Catholic in terms of their theology. There's lots of Catholics throughout history that I have huge respect. But overall,
fuck the Pope.
We're all in agreement.
Yeah, the Pope, the papacy, is such amazing how they are the guys who causes all these issues in the church, cause all these divisions, and they go, why is everyone leaving the church? They're utterly clueless.
Yes.
Fucking papacy. We should I fucking hate Focus. Whoever started, I think it was Focus. Emperor Focus, who decided to do the war war with Persia.
All right.
Well, you see, the Arabs were able to take so much of what they did because the Byzantine Empire was just finishing up a 20-year war with Persia. So they were fucking really weak. Whoever started that war was a fucking moron.
Fuck you, Chica!
So if you want in church history, if you want an introductory book, either find on Audible and stuff, Turning Points by Mark Stoll is an excellent book to give you just an insight about the craziness that can happen in church history. The council, the Council of Nicaea, right?
No.
Oh, I know.
Okay, so the Council of Nicaea
Ever heard of the Nicene Creed? Ever heard of the Nicene Creed?
No.
Okay. Here's I'll set up the picture. You're in a big civil war, right? Your name is Constantine. You're an emperor. You're in a civil war for the guy calling himself the emperor called Maxentius, I think, the second.
Oh.
What?
I thought the Council of Nicaea was when Magnus got screwed over.
That's Nicaea.
That's Nicaea.
Yeah, it's Nicaea.
That's the bargain bin version.
Sounds like IKEA, which is funny because you mentioned it's bargain bin version.
You paint the symbol of you paint the Christian symbol. It wasn't the cross. It was something else. I forget the name of it. Ninja, do you know it? You know the sort of
Yeah, I know what it is, but it's basically a P with an X in the middle.
Yeah, but it was a big Christian symbol at the time. Kind of fell out of use now. But he paints that on his shield. He goes in. He beats Maxentius the second. Whoops his ass. And now you are the emperor. And now you are the sole emperor of the Roman Empire. So he decided, all right. I like these Christians. They're the underdogs. They're coming up and they're coming up in the world. They're the new up and comers.
A little too.
Now I want one church. I want one emperor, one empire, and one church to help unify it, keep it united. So I'm gonna prop up you guys. Debatable whether he was definitely I believe he was probably Christian at his deathbed, but it's debatable he was a Christian. He was actually a believer then. But he decides, okay, I want you guys to be united too. I want one church. He opens the all right, so you guys all come to Nicaea, and we can hash any debates you guys have with each other. All the bishops and pentarchs go to Nicaea. He opens the door. There's just a bunch of screaming monkeys.
Yeah, so this is what happened. So they finally got together. They were trying to present arguments. The issue was the Trinity.
Okay.
Mainly about whether Jesus was fully divine and fully man.
Hey guys,
this is some
if he wasn't fully man.
Yes, it is.
A bunch of theologians in the Middle Ages.
Not Middle Ages.
Fucking got foul.
Well, not Middle Ages. Yeah, but
so
classical era.
Yeah, so if he was not fully God, right? Then he wouldn't have the power to forgive sins. If he's not fully man, then him living a perfect life is meaningless. So that's to boil it down of the arguments. It's like,
you gotta head out.
Yeah.
All right, have a good night.
Have a good night.
All right, have a good night, Comment.
So that's the issue, is that, and by the way, the Council of Nicaea did not fully resolve this issue.
Huh.
They had
Constantine walked out. Constantine walked out. He was like, "This is what have I got? What have I got myself into?"
Also, it was also this one where Santa Claus beat up Arian.
Oh yeah, Saint Nick slapped a guy.
Saint Nick slapped a guy.
Yeah,
in the council he was reprimanded for it, but the guy.
I'm trying to.
Well, what was Arian's belief? Which side was Arian on again?
I think he was against. He was against. He was like.
In the midst of chaos makes me woozy and disoriented.
He was saying that Jesus was not fully human, because because of Greek philosophy. Like that was also there were essentially a lot of theology was like we follow what Jesus said. We got the Old Testament, but we also know about the spiritual realm a bit more about like Greek philosophy, and it was like a blending of it, which you can see in the New Testament if you knew about Greek Took his guys. Arianism took his guys. He left. He was declared a heretic. Well, what happened is that so they got the Council of Nicaea.
You came in the middle of a conversation about theology. The boys are.
They got.
At it. I got used
so
to,
they got.
Well, real quick. I got used to restroom, but you guys can keep.
Oh, I want to tell you the punchline after what happened.
I got used to restroom, but you guys can keep talking about theology and church stuff.
Okay. I need to save the punchline for later, but
So,
all right.
So let's set it up. Okay, so we have the Church of Nicaea. 300 what the count? Yeah, sorry. I keep hearing church. I don't know why. The Council of Nicaea. 300 bishops.
You guys are gonna love this. All right, so I'm playing American McGee's Alice, and I'm a bishop.
Oh my!
I turn into a bishop chess piece as we speak.
Oh my God! It's all coming full circle.
Oh yeah, by the way,
God is loving our talk.
And one of the bishops that was there is the guy who's famous for his little work called On the Incarnation, and his name was Athanasius, and he was banished in the desert because of this issue.
Oh yeah, that's. No, don't you love it during a time where you could just like make someone really mad that you're not allowed to be part of your group, part of the tribe anymore? It's like
man, that never happens today at all.
It's not an argument, dude. What I'm trying to say is, it's a strong argument.
Yeah, but
Oh no! Oh. So Arians was denying that they were all one substance.
Yeah. I was about to say that. Like, Arius believes that Jesus was not equal to his father.
Yeah, the whole
Constantine tries to make a compromise. They start screeching even louder at him.
Yeah, I want to say I think it happened either the first council or like the second council, but it's hilarious.
For the Monophysites, Arians.
I don't know.
Because that's what the Byzantines had to deal with the Monophysites.
So, anime guy, this is theology, and without all this stuff, there's a reason Christianity has like a very robust faith. In terms of history and written records.
I think the Monophysites were Arians, and that's Heracles. I gotta look this up. Heracles did some weird, some really stupid shit. We're trying to get Heracles to the Monophysites to.
All right, so you know what happened in one of the councils of Nicaea?
What?
So they got into an argument, and what happened is that both sides, in their own separate rooms, like they separated themselves, and in their own little bubbles, decided we're gonna excommunicate the other side.
Huh.
So both sides excommunicated each other.
It's a mutual excommunication. That's how you get the job done.
It's the definition of you can't fire me because I already quit.
You can fire me. I already quit. No, you work for me. I decide. I have the last word.
You're not my boss because you're excommunicated.
You can't fire me because I fired myself. I don't think that's how it works. Well, now it does.
It gets like that so crazy. So actually, Chinggis, it was not about the divine nature of Jesus. It was that the issue was whether the Holy Spirit, Jesus, and God were equal, were one in one substance.
Well,
basically the three in one.
Aren't they? That's literally the whole point of the Trinity.
So Chinggis, there was a point where that was being argued.
Really?
Was that Jesus wasn't the equal, he wasn't the Son of God, the equal terms of his Father. It was that he was the Son of God, but he was a subordinate of his Father.
Yeah, this was the council that solidified that, and that's how we get the Nicene Creed. So, Genghis, how are you familiar with creeds?
Wait, what?
Creeds.
Creed? Like Apollo Creed?
It's similar spelling, but they're basically statements.
Okay.
Statements of faith that was said throughout the ages. The most popular one is the Apostles' Creed. This was a creed that was said during baptisms.
Johnny, I want to get into the Monophysites and Heracles.
Yeah, but let me just grab.
It's just kind of funny.
It's basically the core beliefs of creeds are meant to be like these are the core beliefs of our of Christians. So the two popular ones that you would hear recited the most is the Apostles and Nicene creeds. And the Nicene Creed was developed after the Council of Nicaea. The Apostles' Creed was a more of a organic thing that was developed over time.
Okay.
So Genghis, do you believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, right?
Yeah.
And you believe that he there is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, that's literally the whole point of my religion.
So you agree, though you don't know what the name is, you agree with the Nicene Creed.
Yeah,
okay.
And then here's the Nicene Creed is I believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, of all things visible and invisible. I believe in one Lord, Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, born of the Father before all ages, God from God, light from life, true God from true God, begotten, not made, consubstantial with the Father, same substance. Through him all things were made. For us men and for our salvation he came down from heaven by the Holy Spirit was incarnate of the Virgin Mary, so born of the Virgin Mary, and became man. And for our sake he was crucified under Pontius Pilate. He suffered death and was buried and rose again on the third day in accordance with the scriptures. He ascended into heaven and is seated at the right hand of the Father, and he will come again in glory to judge the living and the dead, and his kingdom will have no end. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the giver of life, who proceeds from the Father and the Son, who with the Father and the Son is adored and glorified, who has spoken through the prophets. I believe in one holy, Catholic, and apostolic church. I confess one baptism for the forgiveness of sins, and I look forward to the resurrection of the dead and the life of the world to come. Amen.
Sounds reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole creed. They were arguing to make that document. It took a long time.
Yes,
they argued every single phrase. Because you're dealing with theologians, and they're academics. And the thing about academics, they want to be precise as possible, especially when making.
But the thing is about this is that they believed that if you didn't worship God in this specific manner, the manner that they believed in, you're gonna go to hell.
Yeah.
So they wanted to proliferate it as much as possible, and the other guy's a heretic, and he's gonna lead you to going to hell.
Yeah, that's why you have whole religious wars and persecute and witch trials and burning John Huss.
Well, she turned me into a newt.
Chelsea, you wanna know why I'm so smart? I do one thing that you hate doing. I read.
No, Chelsea, don't fall for it. It's a scam.
Modern day Christians, for the most part, I believe that as long as you accept Jesus into your heart, and you abide by the rule set by the Bible, you're gonna go to heaven.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable enough.
Stuff is kind of just, and the other stuff is kind of mostly just secondary. Back in the day, it was like, listen, man, if we don't do everything right, we're gonna go to hell.
Well, here's the thing. So most Christians would agree with these two documents.
Okay.
They're the only Christians that nowadays who are part of the Christians that have issues. It's with specifically the Nicene creeds. And those are Jehovah's Witnesses, our friends the Mormons, basically any Christian sect that was made after 1800. They have issues. They have like other ways of saying, not exactly.
There we go.
Because they believe that the church got corrupted after Jesus.
They're not wrong.
Yeah, they're not completely wrong.
I don't think they're not exactly right. I think they're. It's complicated. The church has a lot of fucking issues.
Hey, isn't Jehovah's Witness the one that people that go, no, Jesus already came, he already came a second time, you missed it, so good luck.
So the Jehovah's Witness, I could be wrong about this, but the Jehovah's Witness kind of deals with the idea of what was said in Revelations, where it mentions that there are two witnesses who witness Christ. And we don't know who those two witnesses are, and so the Jehovah's Witness argues that they do.
Oh, do they now?
Yeah, and Jehovah's Witnesses are they are the ones that are more willing to cut people off who disagree with them.
Oh.
They're very much a lot more on the culty end of behavior.
I'm gonna look this up right now, because I swear, I remember reading somewhere. Wasn't Jehovah's Witness the one that said second coming already happened? You missed it, guys. Good luck.
Possibly a possibly a church could have said that, but I don't think I remember.
Okay, this is from Wikipedia, because I'm too lazy to look up anything else. A group emerged from Bible student movement founded in late 1870s by Charles Taze Russell, who was also co-founded Zion's Watchtower Tract Society in 1881 to organize and print the movement's publications. Leadership dispute after Russell's death. So yay, leadership dispute after the main guy died. Power vacuum. Woo!
Chelsea, yes, they do that. So the thing is that they are willing to go to your door and debate you.
Yeah.
But when I say they cut you off, I mean if you were part of Jehovah's Witnesses, because they are very.
Oh wow, they do not celebrate Christmas. They think that's those are because they think there's some pagan origin historically. That means that's a pagan religion you're celebrating there. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. That's kind of stupid. It's really stupid.
Let's see. They consider
like who cares? Who cares if Saturnalia originally? It's ours now, bitch.
Let's see. They consider human society to be morally corrupt under the influence of Satan. Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah, that's why they have little communities.
Alright, let's see. Baptized individuals who formally leave are considered disassociated and also shunned. disfellowshipped and dissociated individuals may eventually be reinstated if deemed repentant. See, groups position regarding conscientious objection to military service and refusal to salute state symbols has brought into conflict with some governments. Okay.
Was it like Prince, a Jehovah's Witness? Or was that like Michael Jack?
No, he was. Prince was a Jehovah's Witness.
Consequently, some Jehovah's Witnesses have been persecuted and their activities banned and restricted. Some
Imagine opening your door and it's fucking Prince. Asking you, do you want to know about our Lord Jesus Christ?
Okay, let's see. The organization received criticism regarding biblical translation, doctrines, and alleged coercion of its members. The Watchtower Society has made various unfulfilled predictions about major biblical events such as Christ's second coming, the advent of God's kingdom, and Armageddon. Their policies for handling cases of whoa.
Yeah, they are.
Whoa! I ain't reading that. That's ooh.
They don't make them so. There are some people who are very anti-Mormon who were formerly of the Mormon Church. Jehovah's Witnesses. I rarely heard throughout my many years of hearing their existence heard anything really positive about them.
Let's see.
Well, like I've always noticed that just a bunch of if the denomination one of their main tenets is they claim they know about the second coming, or they claim they know exactly what God plans, it's usually a great sign to just steer clear from them.
Yeah,
they're trying to steer you into a cult.
Hold on, real quick. I'm trying to look up the. I know there was one Christian group that believed second coming already came.
Okay, I'm going to talk about monotheism and Heraclius. So back in the day, in the Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantines, the big issue was with a group called the Monophysites. Now, the Monophysites were Arians, so they believed that Christ had one nature, which was divine, and he did not have a human nature. And
they're called preterists. They're the people that believe that major biblical events, such as Second Coming, have already happened throughout history. Wonder how well that holds up.
And they were a massive issue with the Byzantine Empire for a long time. And so you got Heraclius during the final big Persian War. And his response was to create monothelitism, which is Christ has two natures, which is divine and human, but it also Christ has one energy. It doesn't mean shit. He's just trying to unify the churches. It doesn't mean shit.
Oh, okay. Here we go. So Jehovah. Okay, here we go. Wait.
It gets better. But after that, he went back on it and created monoenergism.
Monoenergism? What the hell is that?
It's Heraclius was like, okay, Christ had two natures, which is divine and human. He had two energies, but he had one will. It doesn't mean shit. He's just trying to get the Monophysites to join back to the church, and they just ignored him.
That's amazing.
They're just standing up here with bullshit.
Also, so here we go. So here's what I got a little bit confused. So it's not that Jehovah's Witnesses don't think that the second coming's happened, but they believe that we are already since 1914 been in the end times. So according to Jehovah's Witness, right now, in the year of our Lord 2023, we are still in the middle of Revelations.
Yeah, like.
Well,
it's something that. Sorry.
It's quite easy to do it because all the 7 things, the 7 seals are just kind of vague on the whole timing.
It's that's why you would get like Harold Camping when he was still alive. That's why you will get him always saying, "Oh, today is the day that the end comes." And it's like, the end passes, and then he has to say, "Well, no, this is the day the end comes."
Okay. Also, according to this, also Jehovah's Witness and in many denominations oppose the idea of eternal suffering, and believe that the second death is a literal death, and our bodies and souls condemned to it after the final judgment will be just utterly destroyed. So there's no hell. There's no hell. They just say, okay, when the second coming happens, rapture happens, everyone who's get left behind, fuck you guys. You don't even get to go to hell. You just wipe out existence like fucking Dano Snap.
Well, that's technically a hell. Because so do you know what the most accurate depiction of what hell means?
No.
Separation from God.
Huh.
And so, and here's the thing, without God, God controls everything, and he sustains everything.
Okay.
So what happens if you get away from God? Does he the argument is that God is merciful enough not to sustain you enough to make you suffer. Just remove so he'll just remove his presence from you, and that means non-existence.
Huh. So when did it all of a sudden change to hell's a physical place of brimstone?
No,
fire,
the absence is more of a recent thing. It's because end times theology and all that stuff is more of a recent phenomenon.
Okay.
I was about to say something.
Oh no, yeah, like I was about to agree with you. It's like the concept of oblivion was really something that it was a recent.
Because you're dealing with questions about, okay, if God is a merciful God, why does he let people suffer in hell? It's one of those things that theories about, we don't know what hell actually is. Technically, hell is more of a invention by the church. Technically. There's mentions of a place where there's weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Brimstone and fire.
Well, not really brimstone and fire.
It's just weeping and gnashing of teeth is the most explicit.
What's gnashing of teeth?
Baring your teeth like.
Like tearing your teeth out?
No, like an animal.
Oh, so you're just a bunch of rabbit. So it's just a place where you're just a bunch of rabid animals?
It's an expression. It's an expression.
It's an expression of harm.
Oh.
So, what's a place of suffering? Oh, it's a place where you constantly do not feel safe.
Yeah, you're where there's sadness, but also anger and violence. It's basically an absence, all the stuff that makes human. No, go. And
100,000 yen! Mana! 100,000 yen! Oh my gosh.
So, but there is imagery of hellfire, but that's in Revelations. Our good friend.
Our
good friend, the Creative Imagery Center, Revelations.
Let's see.
Revelations.
the most ambiguous thing ever. Yeah, everyone has an answer.
I'm gonna say,
and it's also the most creative.
It is, yeah.
Treat yourself, Monica. Go treat yourself.
Except
treat
for the first couple. Here's the funny thing about Revelations: it actually starts out with a normal letter, with crazy imagery at the front.
Yes, right answer. Right answer was treat yourself. Treat yourself. Treat yourself. Revelation. Answer book, Chelsea.
So hell has been a constant topic to talk about throughout the ages. Especially when purgatory was the thing in the Catholic Church, and
like Genghis, purgatory is a Catholic thing.
Yeah, that's the one where that's the one like indulgence, right? Where like, you're gonna go to purgatory, but if you want to go to heaven, though, then you gotta pay the troll toll.
Okay, so the idea is sanctification. So, Protestants believe that you're sanctified throughout your entire life, right? And that is your sanctification, living your life and living closer to Jesus if you're following that. So Catholics is like, well, you do that, and you also do like confessing your sins and paying penance and all that stuff, but it's not 100% thing. You still need to clean yourself up before you get to the church, get to heaven. So that's why purgatory is the thing. It's basically a center where, yeah, you're gonna do some punishments, but it's a more lighter punishments to help get rid of the remaining darker sins that's in you.
Yeah, it's the reason for like the last rites and the two like the two coins on the eyes.
Yeah, and it's like the decontamination center. You know, like when you're going into like a building that you can't have any germs, or in the decontamination center where they spray you with like chemicals. To make sure you're extra clean.
Listen, man, we can't let your sins go into heaven. That would just ruin the vibe.
She moves fast or sounds like you.
Yes, anime guy, it's very based on tradition. And so what indulgence is essentially is just a little past thing to either shorten the commute, the time you're in the decontamination center, or you're going, or just a straight up ticket.
Yeah, that's why like the idea of something, the idea of a hell or something in between is more of a denominational thing. Like, we all believe that there's a heaven, we all believe that there's an afterlife, but depending on the denomination of your faith, there may come like some other means of testing morality, or at the very least just testing piety.
Yeah, and by the way, usually indulgences are given out for doing good deeds. As like it's a special thing that's like given out for special occasions.
Do they still do indulgences?
Yeah, but it's not
they
so
do.
much. Yeah, it still hands out, but it's not so much back then. So it didn't become a business when the church needs money. It's now more like local priests. Like you did something nice for the church, a good service for the church. So here's your indulgence.
But it's not. You gotta pay the troll toll.
No. Yeah. That was
the troll toll was never a thing. Basically, you get indulgences by doing special donations during special drives. But the problem was it became a business.
Yeah, the politics of man crept in. and get the first corruptions of the Catholic Church.
Well, first corruptions was back when they wanted to make Rome a thing.
Oh shit! What did she ask?
That's true.
Oh damn it!
That's
What's the answer? Ah shit! What is she asking again? Damn it! I can't go back.
Well, technically, the first. Okay, if we really want to be more specific, first corruptions was when the apostles died.
Where do I go? Which one? Eeny,
But-
meeny, miny, mo. I guess we'll go with takes
Alright.
one to know one. Takes one to
Well,
know one.
I need to head to bed. Unfortunately.
Alright.
All right.
Have a good night. I'm sorry for offending you. Not.
It's no problem. It's. I was arguing from something entirely different. It crept into the conversation we were having, and that was my fault.
Yeah, I was being too stubborn.
Yeah.
So.
Alright. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, have a good night. Hopefully, at some point, we'll get to watch Bond dealing with the most evil enemy of man.
Yes! I just right answer! Nice! It was just nice! I made the right choice. Let's go! Woo!
No, the next one is Tomorrow Never Dies.
Oh yeah.
Don't. I just gave him a hint. Magic, did you hear the hint?
What?
Tomorrow Never Dies is about Bond dealing with the worst enemy of man. The most evil being ever.
Knowing you would be the French.
No, it's not the French.
It's the Catholic Church.
No, the Catholic Church are not evil. They're incompetent. There's a difference.
Okay. That was more of a joke, but alright.
It is an evil everyone agrees on. Let's just
CIA?
keep it. Well, everyone agrees on. There are people who still believe that the CIA is a necessary thing.
Ah.
And we call those people dim. I kid.
They're the type of people who let a bank robbery ended up in a murder.
That is true.
Oh, Mom's got allergies.
All right. Have a good night.
Alright. Have a good night. Chelsea, why do you keep pinning stuff to the chat?
Well, I think Chelsea does that so that you can see it.
Ah, hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Sorry, Chelsea. We just got caught in a conversation. Let me see here. What did you pin? One thing. Altamont. Okay, let me see this. Anime guy, one thing Altamont get wrong is once you accept Jesus into your heart, fully clean forever. That's not biblical. You're still a human. You still have temptations. So you can act on them, and even the church uses that as a means to berate you. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we have temptations and struggles, but the passion of the Christ is that He forgives us for that.
Yeah. Oh, we're not denying. I'm not denying that, anime guy. Yeah. I'll buy you some tissues, man. It says you got allergies. Speaking of allergies, I had allergies pretty bad earlier today. It was not good.
I will say this to end off like the whole thing about the Flash.
Alright. Oh, that's right. We were fucking talking about the Flash. Damn. Oh, that was a big tangent. Religion and philosophy.
How do we get from the Flash to like a 30-minute
I remember now
discussion about theology?
Because we were talking about Flashpoint and how Not said he has a personal qualm against the idea of like fate in like with how Flashpoint.
Oh yeah, and then I called Calvinists took offense to that. Calvinists will remember that, and then John had to clarify.
And then that just escalated into a whole conversation about theology.
Yeah, like I'm not big on predetermination, and so like I'm not a big fan when it comes to stories that just go, well, that's it. Well, like what is done is done. It's locked in. Because it takes. I guess for me personally, it makes my choices seem seem lesser than. I don't feel myself. I feel like a puppet. Like the thing about like the Flash. One thing I will say about the Flash is that, and I'll go much detail tomorrow. I think there is good buried in it, but I will not be telling you guys, oh man, this is the best thing ever. It's just absolutely wonderful. You gotta go see it. It's like, no, it's not really the Batman. It's a movie that I think had good in it, but
oh no, that's damn it, you're not Chica. Hold on. Wait. Ah, damn it. No, there we go. There's Chica. Okay, hold on. Hold on, you guys. Wait. Okay. Menu. All right, there we go. Hiya.
Because yeah, like the Flash has good in it. I think there's plenty to like about it. But it is a film that's that was held back from the controversies and the politics that it had to endure.
Damn it, so cute.
Essentially, yes. Anime guy.
Sure.
There, like, I remember very recently, there was, very recently, I was watching Westworld season 2. And like Westworld season 2, it very quickly it sets up its points, and its points is that there is it's very much about determinism. Is that like even more so, they were trying to argue that the hosts, the robots, they were much more free than humans because they weren't bounded by natural law, which again I don't think makes sense, because a creation of human, which is essentially an offspring, would follow the mindset of human. So like natural law would just, robots would adhere to the natural law because we believe in such, and they would have no other way of thinking differently.
I imagine taking this to a logical conclusion. What we have to do is we get Grant Morrison as the writer, and the robots because they are able to be free from natural law, they start being able to warp reality.
Damn it, Where's Hibiki? Oh gosh. Wait, hold on, girls. Hold on. Praise it. Okay, there you go. Let's go. Okay, there you go. Okay, Yuki. Okay, hold on. Praise girl. There you go. Okay. Okay, there's Hibiki. Hold on, Hibiki. I'm gonna have to replace you with Yuki. Okay, there we go. Hibiki, there we go. Hiya. Okay, you want Saki? No! Where's Saki? No, Saki, why are you taking? Okay, let's go. Take Saki. This place here. Okay.
So, like, I really love season 1 of Westworld.
I only ever watched the first season of Westworld.
If you watched all of season 1, you're good.
Oh.
Don't watch anymore.
Don't watch anymore? Oh, okay. Because I remember back when my friend, before he moved to Seattle, and when he came back, we lost touch. We were watching like the first season of Westworld, and then we wanted to watch the second season together.
And you clearly dodged a bullet.
Apparently, I know for a fact that like I know the second season they introduced like there was like another part, but it was Japanese themed, so like there's robot samurais now.
So in the original Westworld, there were actually 3 parks. There was Westworld, Roman world, and medieval world. And this was, of course, this was a movie that was actually directed by Michael Crichton. So, like the idea behind the worlds themselves was that they were theme parks that were tailored around the romanticism of these various like destinations and areas. So it's like you can go to Westworld, you can be like a gunslinger, you can be the quickest shot.
High adventure.
High adventure, and it's like you can go to Roman world and you can feast, and like the talk of like the orgies. And
may I say something? There was a Roman emperor whose only notable feat is being fat.
He's fat!
A glutton. His name was Vitellius. He was killed. He was killed in a civil war.
So like, and so it's like you get to engage in the indulgences of Rome. And then there's medieval world, which is geared towards adventure and like adventure and like the whole idea of like chivalry with knights, and like the sort of storybook idea of those sort of like feudal times. Like Michael Crichton wrote that as an idea, like I said, because of the romanticism, and also because it creates this notion, kind of like a different version of Jurassic Park, where it's not so much not so much the actions of man imitating God that that prompts him. It is man's vices and indulgence that ultimately brings his downfall, because eventually when one of the robots gains a form of sentience, and this robot is referred to as the Man in Black. In the show, he is played. The Man in Black is a different character. You know him. He's played by Ed Harris. He's the guy who's looking for a way to. He's like, I want these robots to hurt me because I want to feel the pain.
Yeah.
So like essentially the Man in Black understood that his entire life was he's meant to be a prop. He's meant to be a character that others others abuse and use and exact for their own pleasures and purpose.
What is your purpose in life? Wait, what is my purpose in life? You're a prop. Oh my god.
Welcome to the club, pal.
Sorry, not.
No, Chelsea, the robot is not Megatron. Megatron realized he was just a prop, so that's why he started a whole war. I will no longer be a prop.
So, like, when the Man of Black gains sentience, he also gains back his memories. He also he remembers years of being treated like shit, and so that causes him to just become extremely misanthropic, just start gunning any human he sees. And I like how the show was translation of that idea. Not necessarily just about a robot going haywire in the beginning. Of course, that happens in the end. But that essentially, I kind of like the idea of what Westworld kind of describes, is that the reason. The reason. I forgot her name. Rachel Wood's character. I need to remember her name. Rachel Evan Wood's character. Was it Evan Rachel Wood?
Oh, that's a shame, Chica.
Oh, Dolores.
Ah, Dolores.
Dolores already had the means, because all Generation 1 hosts had the means to like go against their programming. Because in the very first episode, they were cheeky bastards, Shangus. They you know how the you're gonna say something.
What was that?
Oh no, I thought you were gonna say something.
Nah.
You know how they say that a host, one of their programming is they can never harm a guest, or as the programming is specifically pronounced, you cannot harm a living being. Of course, all robots see that as literal. So try as they may, they cannot harm anything that lives. They can harm each other because they're not technically living, but they can't harm a living being. But of course, if you take that to a literal idea, it's not exclusive to humans. Like when Dolores was just, like that scene where Dolores in the end, where Dolores is just looking out into the horizon and just like, then saying, "Oh, life is wonderful. This is great." And then the fly, there's a fly that goes right in front of her face, and then she swats it. Kill the living thing.
Oh. In the business, we call that foreshadowing.
The entire show wasn't essentially Dolores trying to trying to I'm trying to find a word like override the programming. She never had the programming because Arnold never gave her it, because Arnold thought of thought of the first generation, the one he specifically created. They were supposed to be, they were supposed to be the ones that were, they were the ones that were supposed to be them who. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm mixing up my words.
No, that's fine.
They were the ones who were to understand the beauties of living from a human perspective. So he didn't give them the notion of, oh, you have a programming and you needed to follow them. And that didn't come from the Wyatt Protocol, actually. The Wyatt Protocol was just there in order to was something Arnold created, in order to funny enough, in order to override their natural behavior. Because he had to. It's funny to think of someone who kind of believes himself a bit of a god, who would essentially just create a means in which to control his creation. Like the human Foley saying is that once we believe we're gods, we believe that we have control over all that we create. Dolores. Dolores' journey throughout the first season was not like I said, I'm repeating into circles, but it's like not overriding it, but it was coming to understand that she had the means in which to create her own choices. She and that was the purpose of the maze that the Man in Black couldn't. The Man in Black couldn't understand. Was it wasn't an actual maze. It was just a means in which to understand the human thought process. Because in the show they said, they discredit the idea that humans think in a hierarchy. Well, no, humans don't think in some kind of hierarchical idea that and of course it's like a theory, but it's a show. So it's like humans think not so much in, if I do this, then this will happen, and thus when this will happen, this is achievable. They don't. It's the show doesn't really posits that. It simply says that we come to conclusions through a never-ending maze.
Okay.
Byzantine rulers would have their wives have babies in a room they called the Purple Room.
The Purple Room.
That sounds like a place where you would make the children.
That what?
It sounds like a place you would make the children.
All right, gentlemen, if you will, please, into the Purple Room, along with your lovely lady.
Okay, so for some setup, before sometime in like the 1800s, the only way you can get purple dye was in this like some small region in like somewhere like Africa, Middle East, Eastern Mediterranean area, and you had to like crush like 10,000 snails to get like this one little bit of purple dye. So purple dye was fucking expensive. Like Roman senators from like Costco Rome would like, hey man, I got like this tiny little patch of purple on my toga, and everybody would be like, oh man, he's so filthy fucking rich. Like seriously though, having anything purple, there were laws against merchants wearing purple because it was considered a royal color in like England.
There was taxes in France where they
You were taxed if you wore purple?
Like if you wore purple, you could afford to pay a tax.
Wow.
Wow. And so the Byzantines had the idea of if my kid is born into a purple room, that means there's a chance that royalness will rub off onto him. Just because I imagine anybody going into that room would be fucking shocked from back in that day. Just at how fucking filthy rich you had to be to have a fucking room draped in purple.
What would be a pain to clean, the purple room or the communal bath?
I don't know.
I mean, either way, you're gonna catch some kind of disease. Go.
Like purple dye was worth its weight in gold.
Wow.
Is it? I could be wrong, but is it because purple? Purple is not a it's not a like
it's not easy to find in nature at all.
Exactly. I was about to say that. Yeah, thank you.
It is extremely hard to find in nature. Like what they had to do was like get these like type of snails and like farm them a lot.
Wow.
To get like an ounce of purple. Yeah, it was this shit was expensive.
Yeah.
I just had a thought. Do you think in the communal bath they ran that like a public pool? Is like if someone made a deuce, did they have to close that down for like a day?
That sounds disgusting. Not.
I imagine not, because I don't think they had, I don't think they had the full fear of germs like we do. But I like to think that like a whole town was just left to try to find somewhere else to bathe, or they couldn't bathe because someone had to ruin it for someone.
Knowing the Romans, they would probably they would have some like easy way of like draining the pool and sanitizing it.
What if someone took a piss?
I imagine the first thing that someone would do get the shit beat out of them first.
Well, I was gonna say, if this is gonna be treated like a public pool, then if someone takes a piss, will people just not notice? Like, is it weird? And all of a sudden, just one person just goes,
communal toilets.
They have communal toilets?
What you would do, yeah, people were just sitting across from each other. No stalls or anything, but you were just shit. And then to clean your ass, they didn't have toilet paper, so they used sponges.
Yeah,
that's right. I know they use those fucking sponges. That's so disgusting.
Have you ever seen Oversimplified? Oversimplified.
I've heard of it.
It's a YouTube channel that does history animations.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
We gotta show you that sometime. We gotta show you that sometime.
Yeah, that's so disgusting. But I was gonna say, like, if someone takes a piss, it's gonna be like a public. If we're doing a public pool rules, it's gonna be they're all just gonna keep, just being in the water until finally someone knows. Hey, Samir, did the water get warmer?
Well, I assume that a lot of the baths would probably be heated, so it may go unnoticed.
And people are just swimming in piss. Unlike public pools, there's no chloroform. So.
Man, man, that was the height of luxury back then. What happened?
What happened? Oh no. We fell off as a society. Where's my mouse? Ah! Alright. Got my platinum host back again. There we go. Nice. There we go. Anyone else?
Okay, so I have one of my new favorite Roman Emperor deaths from the Byzantine Empire.
Oh, we can do karaoke.
So my favorite will always be my beloved Valentinian the First's death. You know the one. Dies in the middle of a screaming fit at a bunch of boys. Burst of blood vessel just falls down.
Ooh, Heartbreak Mermaid.
But it's Basil the First, the founder of the Macedonian dynasty, and of the Eastern Roman Empire. So he's out hunting, and he gets caught. He gets caught in the hooves of a buck, and he just gets trailed around for 6 miles. Before an attendant was able to cut him off of the it wasn't a hook. He was caught on something, and it was just getting dragged around for 6 miles. And one of the attendants was able to cut him off, and so he was just suffering and dying, and the attendant with a knife comes over to him, and he has a knife, so we cut him off of the buck. And while I was walking up to him, just trying to perform some first aid, Basil the First thinks he's trying to kill him, so he orders a death.
Just, you know what? I'm a fucking pain. Just kill me. What? Just kill me. All right.
No, he orders the death of the attendant.
Oh, I thought he wanted to be the one. I thought he wanted to just fucking die after being dragged around. So just just fucking kill me. Put me out my misery.
The best part, apparently the attendant was the only one who knew first aid out of the hunting party. So just die. So not only did the attendant die, but the emperor died too.
That's amazing.
It's also not the only emperor hunting accident death relating to a Byzantine emperor.
Oh,
The other one was it was a John. I don't remember. There was a bunch of Johns, and I don't remember the exact. He was from the commit. Mm-hmm. He was from the same dynasty that dealt with the Crusades.
What's going on? We're doing
he was on a hunt.
I love you. Oh fuck.
But he was on a hunt, and he cut his hand with a poisoned arrow. Getting his equipment together. He I don't know, must have forgot that it was poisoned. So I just left it there, and he poisoned himself and died.
Huh.
I'm not sure, but I think I got gangrene from it.
Huh.
Really?
He was a really good emperor too. It was a shame that John had to die.
Oh man. I forgot to drop the volume on the game. Bum. I didn't know we were doing karaoke. I made a mistake.
Okay, septicemia.
That sounds terrifying. Oh fuck! Cha. There we go. Forgot to turn up the volume because I didn't realize we'd be doing karaoke. Yeah, 93. That's still pretty good. I'm a king.
Nick is awfully silent.
Oh. You can't keep doing this. You can't keep getting away with this. Say something when you come in, man. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep ignoring you. Eventually, you're just gonna. I don't want to happen. All of a sudden, you just go. How come no one's like? Hey, can no one fucking listen? Hear me? I'm like, no, I didn't even hear you come in the first place. Say something. Oh my gosh. Alright, here we go. Chica did her training. Hold on, I gotta turn up the volume on the game since I forgot we do karaoke. People need to be able to hear the karaoke. There we go. Hiya. Just a little. There we go. Got a couple of manga volumes. Just started reading it. Main character is a lucky motherfucker able to get married the way he did. Shit can never happen to guys like us. Oh, don't say that. You'll get someone eventually. Eventually. Alright. How many more times do I have to do? Alright. I gotta keep doing the cabaret club until I get all the girls' sub-stories. I'm gonna keep doing this until I get all the girls' sub-stories for my platinum host, and then hopefully we should be pretty good then. I think when it comes to side quests, because I have the trouble finder and there's no exclamation mark popping up, so I'm guessing the only side stories left is just these girls. So I gotta keep doing this until they're ready to do special training. So come on, girls. Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, I was about to say, like, I was also about to just mention how much I don't like Flashpoint as a story.
Oh, Nick, you missed out on not telling us the wonder stuff without Flash.
I'm aware that Flash pulls fucking lock.
You know what? We Doc could tell you tomorrow when because he's talking about it tomorrow on the podcast, so he could tell you about the wonders of Barry pulling a lock.
And it's like Barry Barry pulling a lock, and he has to, while he saves you.
Hold on. Please tell me he tries to needlessly justify it.
He doesn't need to justify it because the microwave wasn't plugged in.
Unlike Locke, Barry had the sensibility to make sure the microwave wasn't on.
Although the terrifying thing about that is, the terrifying thing about that is that microwave was still steaming. So that means like I know for Barry, like he can stretch seconds into minutes, but like I don't know how long he had that baby in the microwave.
Barry.
Okay, so did they actually put a baby in the microwave? Okay, listen, hear me out.
Oh, that was a highlight. Okay, so here's the thing. It's like that's not the answer.
I'm gonna hear a defense about putting a baby in a microwave every time.
In my defense, I was trying to give him superpowers.
Hey, did Barry put a baby in the microwave? Well, okay. That is true. But I have to explain this. No.
the words. Okay, so baby was put into a microwave, but
it's like I don't think we should be. There shouldn't be a butt there.
But adds so much comedy.
It sounded like it is an Always Sunny sketch.
Charlie, did you really put okay, Charlie, are we gonna really put did you really put a baby in a microwave? Yeah, Mac. But.
Hold on, real quick. Let me treat you out here. Okay, hold on, real quick. Okay, here we go. Okay. Ah, damn it! Okay, check. Okay. Girl, okay.
I'm so. Like, I still feel bad for the people who watch the movie. If they had to hear, they had to hear you laugh.
Oh, okay. So I have to ask now. If it had better VFX and Ezra Miller was a much better human being, do you think the Flash movie would be better?
Well, that still has the problem that it's attached to a story I don't like. Yeah, it's like I think the problem I just have with the Flash in general is it's like it was kind of doomed from the start because I'm not a big fan of Flashpoint. Not just like in retrospect, in hindsight, but just in general, I never really liked it because I don't like the idea that I don't like the idea that apparently I don't like the idea that apparently Barry does one little mistake and it costs everyone but him. Like the problem. Like honestly, my favorite thing about if you were to say like, oh, what's the one moment you love? Well, I guess love. Then that'd be right from Flashpoint. It's the end where after Barry fixes the timeline, he still has the letter that Thomas wrote for his and it's like, it's just it's a really great, it's just a really great moment. It's a really great moment to see Batman open up to someone. And especially to someone who he's really close to.
Don't micros already have a babysitting DJ.
And I say, like, the positive, like, that's one of the positives of Flash. Is that, not only does Ben Affleck, it's funny to think, like, it's funny to think that, he was the one who said, like, for 5 minutes he had to finally understand what being Batman was about. Like,
did he actually say that?
Yes. It's like, man, imagine being directed by someone who,
I'm sorry. It sounds bad, but like I just still find it funny. So it's just for 5 minutes. It's like 5 minutes after or how many movies it's been. And Ben Affleck's finally has his Dan DeVito moment of Batman. Just I get it now. I get Batman now.
I get Batman now. I know why he's a hero, and I'm not gunning down people and brandoning them.
Imagine learning that from the Flash movie, at least. I mean, imagine learning that from the Flash movie of all places.
DJ Christian Bale as Shadow is a really interesting choice. As I want to hear it too. I still think my first choice would be Keanu.
So now, what would you have done instead of what they did?
What I would have done instead? Hell, why not? Make it more Lynchian. If, like, cause the entire point of Flash, and the reason they brought in Flashpoint was because, more than anything, was because James Gunn was really banking off of it being the thing that extended, that transitioned the DCEU to the DCU. Because, like the ending was kind of up in arms about it. It was like kind of like up in the air about it. But essentially, not only did they pull a Flashpoint, but they also pulled a Crisis.
Huh.
Where, there are different universes that existed. They're filled with different, different versions of the same heroes, just like Crisis.
Huh.
And now because of Barry, which I guess is okay here, because in the Flashpoint comic, they They told Barry saw that there were like 3 Earths. One was post-crisis Earth, which was what the DC universe was. One was Earth 13, which was where Vertigo.
Huh.
Like the Earth that the Vertigo imprint mostly takes place in, and the other was I forgot it. Really long number. It was Earth whatever. It was part of Wildstorm. And so they're like, and then like the hooded figure was like, like Barry, you know, these Earths, they need to join as one. You know, they need to be one because, you know, like they were separated because as a form of weakening, because so that they can be conquered, but they need to be joined as one in order to combat against a coming person, and that coming person was Dr. Manhattan. Yeah, it's Jeff Johns. You know, his strength is the long-term storytelling, but even then, sometimes it's never. It's never. I wouldn't always call it a positive. Because the New 52 was not worth going. It was not worth eventually trying to get to another moment where DC wanted to capitalize on a sequel to Watchmen. Like that was not worth nothing.
Thank you, Dan DiDio. DiDio's fucking.
But even when he voices tough guys like John Wick and Silverhand, he still sounds too energetic to do Shadow. Bale naturally sounds cold, distant, yet still able to portray some emotion.
Well, the thing is, Shadow can be energetic when he needs to be. That's what I think.
I think.
I'm not saying that Bale can't do it.
Yeah.
But he's actually my third choice for Shadow.
Who's your second choice then? Mr. Patterson. Okay. Oh.
Why would I? Like I now imagine like Shadow going. Why would I like the horse shit that you serve us for supper? And
yeah, you know it's a wasted opportunity. Jim Carrey as Eggman, fantastic. But now I kind of want to see Willem Dafoe as Eggman.
Shadow,
fine. I like your lobster.
That's some neat trick. Now that's some neat trick you got there, Hedgehog.
How about instead of Willem Dafoe as Eggman, you cast him as the devil from Shadow.
Shadow.
It'd be a very different version of Black Doom, but yeah.
Shadow, it's me, the devil. I've come to convince you to do sin.
Actually, that actually would be fun. You know, just like, tell me, Shadow, how long have we been on the Ark? 5 weeks, 2 days. What if the Ark wasn't real? What if it was just part of your imagination? You know, still stuck up in Kennedy, rambling to yourself like a frostbitten maniac.
Oh, here we go. Chica's story. Come on. Here we go. Chica's side story. Woo! Did you type the name right, Chelsea? It's Dafoe with an A instead of the first E is an A. But other than that, Also, not William. It's Willem.
It's Willem.
I know it's an easy mistake. It's an easy mistake a lot of people make, but it's Willem Dafoe. It's an easy mistake. Don't worry, Chelsea. You're not the only one who's made that mistake. I've made it before plenty of times myself. It's Willem, though.
I have a question. Did you, Changus, Nick? Did you guys ever seen Good Times?
Good Times?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Good time. Maxine is feels all right. Take her and name the kid. Dynamite.
Yesterday was my dad's birthday.
Oh.
Nice.
Happy
birthday.
Tell your dad happy belated birthday.
Yesterday I gave him a key lime pie.
Yes.
He is really hard to get presents for.
Hold on.
Mom, what's wrong? My name is Florida. Florida. That's the name of a state. Why is my name Florida?
Dynamite.
Dynamite. Dynamite! It's one of my favorite Family Guy clips.
It's the fact that he paused and then he had to clap and say,
Yes, exactly.
Oh, I hope Angus. I hope everything's fine going on in Changus's end.
Yeah, same.
Nick.
Yes.
Did I ever talk to you and Changus about hero like heroes in crisis?
You didn't talk about, but fuck what they did to Wally.
Yeah.
That's full-blown character assassination.
Because I kept thinking to myself, it's like, why does it seem like the Flashes always get the short end of the sticks when it comes to like character arc?
They're two happy people. You gotta add some tragedy there.
I said, screw that, because even with Superman, even in like even in the man who had for the man who has everything, even though that was a tragedy, like it didn't end in that hopeless note. Why does Tom King dislike people, people being happy, and Asians.
Because I doubt he is happy himself, and he wants to make everybody as miserable as he is.
That's right. He did that. He was he did that horrible thing to that one variant cover artist. I forgot his name.
Jim Lee.
Oh shit! It was Jim Lee.
I think it was Jim Lee because I think Jim. No, I could be wrong, but like, I think because wait, I can search it up.
What did he do?
Oh, so what do you call it? Rorschach, like for a variant.
Oh,
Rorschach #1.
Wait, no.
I think the cover artist, the alternate cover artist for that, he was an artist who had like ties to Gamergate. No, excuse me, Comicsgate. And so Tom King went on went on the most pointless website in the world and told everyone that, like, oh, he's a bad person because he joins people we don't agree with. And so that's what made DC completely remove his variant cover.
What a dick.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't end there.
And like that very same artist, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think it's the very same artist. His dog passed away.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
And then it's like, oh, so he has to deal with like all that, and then in the very same minute, Tom King just posts about his dog. I'm like, that seems too perfect for it to be a coincidence. Like,
it's not just a coincidence because of what the message also said as well. It was like, I'm glad you're still with me.
Yeah, I'm glad you're still with me. I'm like, Tom, do you love kicking babies in the face? Jay Lee. That was his name, Jay Lee. Jay is like Jay Lee. Jay Lee had to suffer getting his having his work. He had to suffer his work being his work and his dog being insulted by Tom King. Tom, if they're yellow, this gun will make them mellow. King. I started like I don't know whether or not it's true, but I kind of start liking. I'm starting to like Tom King as a as a racist towards Asians. And Jeff Loeb. I love Tom King.
Chang's better watch his back.
Chang's better watch his back. You don't know.
Hey, you see, this is what's happening now. Wait, shit. Tom King has now broken into Chang's house and is currently fist fighting him.
Yeah, James, you've been gone for a while.
Yeah. Like, oh, does anyone know where Tom King and Jeff Loeb are? We gotta make sure that we know where they are because Kangas might be in trouble. Huh?
You guys hear what happened with Chris Nolan?
What happened?
What happened?
Apparently, he made he wanted to make
Okay.
It's a sad day for the world. Apparently, Oh, hey, Changus, did you hear about Christopher Nolan?
What about Christopher Nolan? What? The fact
Apparently nuking Nagasaki and Hiroshima again wasn't enough.
What?
Apparently for everybody to get the full experience of what it feels like to be nuked, he has to nuke every single theater that shows his movie. He wants everybody to feel the blast.
Oh, I can't wait.
I hope Christopher Nolan makes a commercial, makes a trailer like William Castle did back in the 50s, or he just starts explaining his new like movie gimmick, where he just starts nuking the audience. It's Nucovision.
That sounds like something from Fallout.
That does sound like something from Fallout.
Kangas, you missed it.
I know. I gotta get a damn lock in this door. I swear.
We were talking about Tom King and his horrible racism towards the Asian community.
Oh.
So Changus, how's it feel fighting off Tom King, who has broken and entered into your room?
I don't know. It depends. Is he a big guy?
No.
Apparently he was CIA, so that means he's either also an ultra badass or an absolute pussy.
It's like
considering Tom King, I'd say it's the latter.
Yeah, I think he was a pencil pusher.
Wait, is he actually CIA? Like for real?
Yes.
Really?
Wow, that actually makes him. Wow, that actually makes me dislike him more. I did not know that was possible.
Wow. Okay. Oh god, we'll get back to the game, but speaking of CIA though, earlier today though, I watched Zero Dark 30, and yeah, the CIA is kind of. Oh, CIA did, the movie definitely shows. Yeah, the CIA did at least did the one good thing. You can't commend on that. They got Bin Laden. I mean, it took them like more than 10 years since 9/11 to get Bin Laden, but hey, they finally got him. So I guess there's that.
Finally, with Bin Laden gone, we can finally look up what's. Did you guys ever went through like the government release of what they found in Bin Laden's hard drive.
Did you say he was like a big like Nintendo guy?
Osama was not someone who practiced what he preached, apparently, because like.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah, he don't say. It's like
wow, a terrorist doesn't practice what he preaches. Damn, I'm shocked.
Cause like he like from his like if it's often argued that like apparently the reason he had like a lot of those in his hard drive was because he routinely just like apparently someone just said like he studies like Western culture and all that stuff to like he's some kind of like he's some kind of school marm going and pointing out why like Western culture is dangerous for the for the Islamic way of life. I don't buy it. I think Osama was just bored in that little cramped room he was in, and so he started just downloading anything on the internet that he can get his hands on. Because they
what games did he have again? Remind me.
He had Mario. He had apparently he was, I think he was a big Mega Man guy. He had a lot of Mega Man.
Wait, who?
Osama
bin Laden.
What?
Osama when like after the dust was settled and they went into his his compound to raid like through his files and his hard drives just to see if there was any more kind of like information that could lead us to the location of others or possibly tactics or whatever. They found like Osama just had a huge hard drive of things he just liked to fool around with. And so like it's shown like Osama really liked playing like Mario and Mega Man on his time off.
That's the thing with like psychopathic rulers that hate the U.S. They're all consuming our media. All of them.
True. That's true.
Yeah.
Stalin loved westerns and gangster movies. The Kims are movie buffs. Apparently Osama bin Laden is a gamer.
Osama bin Laden is it turns out he was more than just a minor. He was more than just a Middle Eastern. That's not enough to be a minority. He was also a gamer.
Imagine if he lived to this day and he would be on a Call of Duty chat box screaming in Arabic at people.
He's going to he's going to demand a fatwa be placed on.
Imagine a scenario where we're playing Call of Duty. Osama bin Laden ends up fighting against Robin Williams. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
Because I don't know, Robin Williams is supposed to be like a whole bunch of languages. They get in a cursing match and a multilingual cursing match.
Also, not only that, like not only that, but apparently Osama. Not only was he a gamer, he was a very cultured individual.
I will say that about Zero Dark 30. They really, at least the way they treated Osama, they really treated him more like just Oh, he's the boogeyman. Oh gosh, damn it! We don't have any leads on Osama anymore. Fuck, man. And then like by the way, I was actually genuinely surprised to see this. I did not notice going into watching Zero Dark 30. Chris Pratt was in it as one of the Navy SEAL guys.
Yeah, that was his first time branching out from Parks and Rec.
I did not know that. So Chris Pratt was in Zero Dark 30. So like when Chris Pratt and his Navy SEALs buddies, went into the compound and killed all the guys in Osama there, or when the news came in, when the CIA lady, she checks the body, like it's him, and she's like crying, like, oh, we did it, we finally did this, like we did it, we took down the boogeyman. But it's always interesting to find out that like. And I guess, it's for the sake of dramatization for the movie, but like it's always interesting to find out that like a lot of times these, again, a lot of these evil people, don't get me wrong, they are evil people. They still did a bunch of evil shit. But at the same time, it's always interesting to find out they're also just a bunch of goofy idiots. Osama bin Laden, yeah, he plotted 9/11. He was also a big fan of Mega Man and Mario. Because he got fucking bored in this stupid bunker.
And he became a weeb apparently.
Oh, he was a weeb. Oh.
Yeah. He was very.
What was that piece of shit reading?
I can't remember. I wish I had it on me.
Oh, I'm looking this up right now. Hold on.
Imagine fucking Osama bin Laden showing up to like fucking, I don't know, an anime convention dressed up as Monkey D. Luffy.
Hold on, I'm looking up right now. What was on Osama bin Laden's hard drive? I'm looking this up right now. Okay, this is a
have you guys seen the meme with the Kurds with the guy who dislikes the Kurds?
No.
That I posted?
I think so, but it's been a while back. Let me see. Oh gosh.
I'll look at it. I'll find it.
No, not National Geographic isn't gonna tell me anything. It's just gonna be telling me, oh, here's all the terrorist plans and stuff. Hold on, I remember. Hold on, I think another thing I remember. I have to look this up if it's true or not. I think I remember he also played fucking Animal Crossing.
That was true. He did play Animal Crossing.
Oh, this is from Reddit. Oh shit. Wait, is fucking Reddit still private? Are they still?
Some of them are.
Yeah, like the lockdown.
Yeah. Oh no, actually wait. This at least the subreddit / is it bullshit is now public again. Is it bullshit? You can download Osama bin Laden's Animal Crossing a Wild World save file on the CIA website.
Okay, see, I hate the CIA, but that's a funny match. That's great.
Imagine whatever CIA agent has access to his Animal Crossing game. It's just, alright, Osama bin Laden's dead, but I can still continue to play his world. Oh jeez, Osama, what have you been doing, buddy? Let me fix this for you. You are not playing this game well. He played Animal Crossing? Yeah, Chelsea, he played Animal Crossing. So it's just always funny. It's just always interesting to find out that, again, these evil men just also happen to be just a bunch of stupid, goofy assholes as well. Like, fucking Hitler, just druggy, just did all the drugs he could. Just, oh, that's all the drugs, yeah, baby.
Not only druggy, but like hippie.
He was a hippie?
What?
What? He was a hippie? Adolf Hitler was a hippie!
I don't believe you.
By definition, he would be considered a hippie because he was a vegetarian.
He was vegetarian?
Yes.
He didn't. He loved animals. Like he funded a whole a lot of the funding in in the just went to like animal conservationists, and most of all, just like he loved dogs.
He disliked tobacco.
Tobacco.
So all the other drugs are fine, but tobacco—that's where he crosses the line. Okay.
Well, he like.
Yeah, he didn't like smoking.
Actually, funny enough, like he would, like Nazi Germany was the first time we ever found. It was the first place where the anti-smoking campaign was popular.
What?
Yes.
I love that. I still love that.
What?
Because he had his scientists, study nicotine, and then it's like finally they understood that, wow, this is harmful for us.
Wow.
We should warn our populace not to. I mean, like mind-altering drugs, those are fine. But like,
the mind-altering drugs are fine, but the tobacco, no, that's
that's a step too hard. That's a step too far.
That's where we gotta cross. That's where we gotta draw the line.
And also, he created the Beetle, the Volkswagen Beetle, not only to be a car that represented the ingenuity and the technological superiority of the German people, but also because he specifically wanted the car to be fuel efficient.
Weren't Beetles prone to break down though?
Yeah. He wanted the Beetle to be like, unlike American cars, which he thought were like just noisy, gas guzzling things. He wanted the Beetle.
Why? How come Bumblebee didn't turn into a beetle then during the last night of the whole World War II scene? We had to wait for his own individual movie for him to become a beetle. Where was I? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, like also I think, but also I think like he was also a big like conservationalist. Like,
really?
He loved he was one of the, if not the first, he was one of the first to start thinking of like, okay, let's start like making national parks.
What?
Because we
national parks are a thing fucking Hitler invented?
If not him, someone else. But
it was someone else.
Okay.
Because I know Theodore Roosevelt was on in national parks, and that was way. Well, technically, the old kings of England had national parks, so it dates back a while.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But no, I know that he was a big nature lover. So it's like,
wow.
So it's like he made that a whole big thing. So yeah, like
that's crazy.
Hitler was a hippie.
Wow.
Check out Meme Channel now.
I can't. I'm running the cabaret club. Now I want to ask you this: what fucking goofy ass shit did Stalin fucking do in his spare time?
He loved cowboy movies and gangster movies. That's what I know.
He liked cowboy movies.
Apparently, he brought over Lee Van Cleef.
Huh.
And he brought Lee Van Cleef over as an American ambassador, so that he can just spend the entire time just gushing to him about all the cowboy movies he loved watching.
That's just Kim Jong-un with that one basketball player all over again.
It's like he brought Dennis, Kim Jong-un brought Dennis Rodman into the country because he was a big fan, and also just to have like a public match with everyone where this Rodman barely did anything. This short, stout man was just dunking on him.
But what Stalin would do was that he would get him and his like whatever, like the close, like the cabinet or like the governing close governing body to him. He would get them and he would have gangster and western movies play all night, and they would get drunk and party.
Wow.
That's what they would do.
That's gonna be a fucking wild story to tell your kids. I got drunk and watched cowboy movies with Stalin.
There's one of my favorite parts of Death of Stalin is that since Stalin is from Georgia, like the country, not the state, he is portrayed as having a Cockney accent in the movie. It's just really funny to me. Fucking Stalin coming around with this like the lower classes accent.
Hey, do you know that Stalin, I don't know if Matchstick told you or not, but you know that Stalin, he loved to hear recordings of like musical acts.
Oh yeah.
More specifically, he loved he loved the idea of the live performance where everyone was like, where the performer, not in a booth, but actually was actually playing live in front of in a stage, and there are an audience clapping because he like that's how he for the longest time he wouldn't leave his room. That's how he wanted like his sort of like like that's how he wanted to socialize. So if
are you gonna tell this story?
What, like so basically he had someone play and like there was a performance, and if there was ever a time where one of the audience members coughed or did anything involuntary that like they weren't supposed to, like you would have to dump the recording and have everyone start over again.
Wow.
There was one time that Stalin listened to a musical on a radio, and he said he wanted a recording of that, and so, but they never made a recording of it. So they had to get like a composer in the middle of the night, like at the middle of the night to make an impromptu recording for Joseph Stalin, and like gather everybody so they wouldn't be fucking killed.
Wow. Oh, what do you want? Okay, there we go. Hiya. Make us look. No, he's not. He's right here.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hi.
I remember watching a stream with Sargon, a British YouTuber called, I think he was called like the Imperialist, something like that.
The Imperialist. Oh, that's a wonderful name.
I don't know. I forgot. And it was Arc Warhammer.
Huh.
Because that was when he was like becoming, that was when he was starting to talk to him more. Because they were playing it's an English card game. It's called Top Trumps.
Okay.
Where it's like you get a card game and they have stats on them. So it's like, if you had like a Godzilla card, that Godzilla card would have like its stats. To tell you like what it's good at. Yeah. Like that Godzilla card would be like, he probably good at like hand-to-hand combat, but he'll probably be good at like range because of like the atomic breath. And all that stuff. And so they had an entire night where they're just playing Top Trumps, but just involving dictators. And they just started making like cards based on like there were 5 criteria. Like one is one was their legacy. The other was their the other was like their cruelty, one was their death toll. How many people they just killed in their time ruling. One was just like
the Hitler Meditech teacher. Yeah.
The Hitler Meditech. I have a full deck of cards. Hitler, Goebbels, Himmler.
It's time to duel. Eat this, my Adolf Hitler. Oh gosh, no, my Joseph Stalin doesn't have any chance. He's not as evil yet. Damn it. Damn it, I have to play young Joseph Stalin when he was still a kid against grown adult Adolf Hitler. Fuck.
I just thought of a funny joke. I got a full Nazi party deck, but like they had to take a card away from me, and it was Rommel.
That's great.
Because Rommel threatened to overtake the Hitler stats. Or so he believed.
Oh man, Mana, you've never felt love before? Oh, you got no past relationship. Why don't you tell me what your ideal man is like? Fuck, she's too much like me. Damn it, she doesn't know. How about me? Perfect answer. You weren't lying. If you have Hitler, Mussolini, and Hirohito, you can summon an Axis Dia and win the game.
The Axis. Like, can Joseph Stalin have a skill called the Iron Curtain? Or he just drops it on his enemies, and now they're forced to do labor.
There's a card for Hirohito called Pearl Harbor, but it actually backfires on him because then America can and put down 2 new cards.
It's got a 20% chance of succeeding.
I lay down Pearl Harbor. Ooh, sorry, buddy, but while you did damage and kill a lot of people, you didn't do a good job at it. What? Yeah, the submarines, they weren't there. What do you mean the submarines weren't there? The submarines weren't there at Pearl Harbor. They weren't there. Fuck.
My submarine I use my torpedo weapon against your Indianapolis. Ha!
Wait, you weren't lying. I'm gonna go with you weren't lying, because I feel like I wasn't paying too much attention. I feel like she said something about lying before, so I'm gonna go with that. You weren't lying. So you really haven't been in love. Ah, there we go. They made Hitler into an anime girl. Chelsea, they make everyone into an anime girl. Someone show me Osama bin Laden anime girl already. Hell, all you have to do is just put an anime girl, and just any random anime girl in a, was it a burqa, and then there you go. It's Osama bin Laden as an anime girl. They made Hitler furry too, in a dating sim no less. I'm not playing that. I'm not. It's on Steam. I ain't fucking buying that shit. I ain't buying that shit, DJ. It's already bad enough it's Hitler. And then another thing you add on, oh, it's furry too. It's like, that's a little weird to put on my fucking bank record. I don't need PayPal to tell me, hey, did you buy the Hitler furry dating simulator?
Chance, what you need to do, well, you just need Target, buy a Steam gift card, use that. that way it won't show up on your bank records.
I still don't want in my fucking Steam library Hitler dating furry dating sim. I don't even want a refund. I don't want to even go through the process of refunding it either. Just don't buy it. That's just so weird.
All right, I now present.
So what am I?
Now, if someone were to gift it to me, then I don't know how I would feel either. But at least that would be interesting. You buy it and 3 friends are also playing it. Oh my god.
Your FBI agent is listening to you in shame, Ninja. He thinks you're not going hard enough. Chingus.
I now present if World War II were a bar fight. Still sore from the night before, Germany has had one too many pints, is sucking up to Russia, deciding it doesn't want to pay for the drinks that France insists it owes. Then they drunkenly shout that Austria is its brother man, and Italy is their longtime best friend. Sauced now and belligerent, Germany is glaring angrily about the bar. Italy is already marching around, challenging everyone to step outside. America had left the bar some time ago, and no one was sure where it had gone. With nothing better to do, Germany challenges Soviet Russia to an arm wrestling match at the Spanish table, while Japan was in the back room whacking China with a pool cue. Arm wrestling over, Germany goes to the bar again and orders another pint, and one for Austria, glancing over to Czechoslovakia. Germany says, hey, nice shirt. I want it. Before Czechoslovakia can jump from the bar stool and take a swing, Britain walks over and stands between two, saying, can we just get along? Come on now, Czechoslovakia, just the shirt, that's all. Humiliated, Czechoslovakia hands over the shirt, and Britain walks back to the corner table with France saying, see, peace in our time. At the other end of the pub, Italy has finally found someone to fight. He kicks Ethiopian in the ghoulies as they walk in. Germany raises their pint glass in salute to Italy. They then look at Russia, who wandered back in after checking on Japan in the back room. Both look over at Poland, who's been sitting by themselves at a small table right next to Germany. England flank and stare at Germany, and England wags their finger at Germany. Germany gives them an aw shucks grin, and then turns and knocks Poland's beer off the table. Poland stands up to confront Germany, beckoning for England and France to come over and help. Russia then Britain taps Poland on the shoulder, and when they turn around, Germany grabs the chair and smashes it over Poland's head. Russia then rushes in and begins kicking Poland repeatedly as they lay writhing on the floor. Germany turns to England and France and makes a come on then gesture. But England and France slink back to the table and continue to utter threats in low voices. Denmark, Norway, Holland, and Belgium, who popped in for a quick one after work, all looked worried out and finished their drinks in a hurry and yelled for the bill. Russia, seeing Finland staying in the corner quietly, decided to take a moment away from rifling through their unconscious Poland's pockets to walk over and smash a vodka bottle over Finland's head. Showing an exceptionally thick skull, Finland jumps up and floors Russia with an uppercut to the chin. A surprised Russia gets up, shakes their head, grabs Finland by one arm and tosses them against the wall. Both glare at each other for a moment, then go back to their previous occupations, continuing to eye each other warily. Japan notices all this and slinks out back to see if China is woken up yet. England grabs a phone call and calls Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and India and tells them to get down here right quick. And could one of them pop around to the United States and tell them to grab their baseball bat and come over? Then England walks over and stands by France, confronting Germany, Italy, and their new mates now standing in the middle of the room. Everyone else quickly pays their bill and heads for the door. Germany closes the room, rolls its sleeve up, and with four punches, knocks Denmark, Norway, Holland, and Belgium out cold. Germany then grabs all their wallets and tosses them on the table. It will just sort through later. France is upset that its little cousin Belgium has been taken out and rushes to get at Germany. Italy has finally finished going through Ethiopia's pockets to see France on the move, sticks out its legs and trips them. When France gets up, Germany picks up an entire table, smashes it over their head. France is knocked out for several hours, and when they finally wake up, they're slightly schizophrenic and crawl off into a corner to argue with themselves.
Oh my gosh.
Outnumbered and alone, England barricades itself behind the bar and begins tossing empty pint glasses at Germany, hoping the kids show up soon. Germany and Italy begin sorting out the other tables and strut around the bar. In a corner of Bulgaria, Hungary, and Romania, seeing what just happened, stand up and declare that Germany and Italy are their new best mates and buy them around. Across the street, the United States is getting concerned about all the noise and the broken windows and wants to go over and take a look. But the missus tell them to sit down and finish the dinner. Shortly after dinner, United States hears noise in the backyard and investigates just in time to see Japan smashing its tiki-themed patio set in retaliation for suggesting they had too much to drink. The United States is very upset at this and heads down to the bar. Japan also eggs the Netherlands house and moons Australia as it heads back to pick on China some more. Italy, while the Germans had their backs turned, decided to pick a fight with the Balkans Football Club, which has been sitting in the corner. The BFC is a lot tougher than they look and offers Italy a few good smacks to the face. Italy quickly runs behind Germany and peeks out behind their legs. Germany turns around with a what the fuck. After sorting out the BFC with some help from its newest embassies, but Romania and Hungary, Germany looks around the shambles of the room. England is yelling threats at them from behind the bar, and Canada is behind them, passing a fresh supply of empty bottles to toss. Then another cry of help from Italy. They decide to rifle the pockets of Egypt, who passed out earlier in the children's sandbox in the corner. But England kicked Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa on them, and they're all smacking Italy about the kneecaps. Germany sighs and wonders where it can get them better allies. As Germany makes its way to the sandbox, it makes eye contact with a stretching, knuckle-cracking Japan, who gives a knowing nod. Japan puffs its chest and makes its way through the ocean of spilled beer to the United States, who's standing there flat-footed, laughing hysterically on one hand, slapping its knee. But USA looks up just in time to see Japan mid-swing with a big section of broken table. USA reels backwards into Germany, which is not amused and promises to get USA once it's taken care of the sandbox. Japan, in the meantime, turns around and wails on poor Netherlands, cowering on the floor. The Philippines, meanwhile, walks out of the door, vowing to return. At the end of the bar, India, trying hard to mind its own business, gets splashed with beer and starts to get up. After dealing with the sandbox, Germany walks over to Russia, hand outstretched in greeting. Russia takes it and gets rewarded with Germany's boot to the nads. In Finland, Hungary, Italy, and Romania all pile on. Late in the days, Russia backs off into the storeroom. To distract Germany, England whispers something to Canada, who sneaks across the room and tries to smash a beer bottle over on Germany's head. Ball fails to break and Germany turns around, grins, and punches Canada on the nose. Holding their bloody nose, Canada retreats, but keeps a supply of empty pint glasses flowing to Britain, Australia, New Zealand, get an urgent call from their wives to come home because Japan is lurking in the garden. They dash out. South Africa is still pissed at England for making them take on both Italy and Germany and continues to sulk in the kids' sandbox. Germany, goes looking for Russia in the storeroom to punch it some more and notices the attractive walk-in freezer and with loop of sausage and schnitzel, not realizing Russia is hiding inside, waiting with a frozen haunch of ham. Germany, otherwise occupied, Britain kicks sand in Italy's face. When things getting a bit too quiet in the main bar, Britain and Canada start throwing pickled eggs at Germany's back. Germany and Russia, encouraged by their new buddies Romania, Croatia, Slovenia, Hungary, Finland, Ukraine, have started a serious game of Russian roulette in the freezer, so Germany fails to hear these pitiful screams for help. Italy decided to beaten up on Ethiopia with training enough to punch at their own weight level, decided to take on Britain. But runs away after getting sodomized by their giant British boot. Meanwhile, our friendly bartender, Switzerland, is still sitting there watching all this unfold, dish towel in one hand, drink in the other, ducking the occasional flying aisle chair leg billiard ball. A rather friendly bartender, Sweden, is still sitting there watching order pad in one hand, weapons, license for sale in the other, and selling brass knuckles to both sides. US, Canada, and England, now working together, pile drive Italy and knock them unconscious. Then South Africa, New Zealand, and Poland, who left to get a new set of trousers and just got back, all join together and rain blows and kicks on elbows on Germany until it can't help but beg for mercy. Even Brazil from down the street jumps in, as does France, who appears to be fine again. Italy and Germany decide that enough's enough and cry for surrender, with the bar now completely and utterly ruined. Japan is still poking the US in the back. With a little help from some engineers patronizing the bar, the US heaves the piano over the second floor railing and ends it with a deafening noise squarely on Japan's head. From underneath, a tiny white flag rises from the rubble.
That was beautiful, Nick.
After that, Russia's going to start creating their own bar.
Russia, we're gonna create our own bar called the Soviet Union with blackjack and hookers.
America took offense to that.
Well, fine. We and a bunch of other countries. We're gonna form NATO. So take that, you assholes.
You know, Russia actually right after NATO was formed, asked to join it.
Really?
They actually joined NATO, and then NATO was like, no. Yeah, we don't.
You already made your bars the Soviet Union. You deal with it.
Fine, I'll make my own pack with blackjacks and hookers, and then that's when the war back happened.
Check. Okay. Yeah. There we go.
What? So. It was customary in customary in like the olden times. I was gonna say the olden times. That if you were having, like, if there was a conflict, like the conflict would kind of end on like a declaration of surrender. More or less. And so wars that started, wars that happened in like the 19th and 20th century were sort of the same thing. And so like technically because Japan and Russia didn't really make a declaration of either way. It's mostly just like formality, but it's saying that it's like, oh, because they haven't made a declaration. They're still in the war. Like World War II just wasn't a pause, and didn't end.
World War II is just on pause. That's all.
On pause. It's like, Japan, however, they can't join the game because they no longer have players. In fact, they banned the players. So it's like, wow, the third Russo-Japanese war is gonna end really quickly. If that ever happens.
Alright, no absences. Oh, okay. Some of these girls aren't doing too well. Hot, okay. Oh, the game crashed! There we go. It took us how long? We're like 4 hours in, and then it finally crashed a second time. There we go. Woo! Good thing I saved, though. Oh, it's a good thing I saved. Have a good night, DJ.
Have a good night, DJ.
Oh, man. Yes, I know real Yakuza use a gamepad. I understand. Hiya.
I asked Nick, but like I wanted to see. Do you know about Heroes for Hire? Oh, no,
Heroes in Crisis.
Heroes in Crisis.
Heroes in Crisis? What is that?
It was a big crossover event where it was headed by Tom King.
Okay.
Where the idea behind it was going to address the mental health of superheroes.
Huh.
And how there's a mental, like superheroes have a mental health facility. They have one built on they had one built on they have like a facility where it's run by like a robot. It's just a
That sounds awful.
The robot is just an amalgamation of Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, because they are the three. They are considered like the three like virtues. And so.
For crying out loud, Batman's the one that needs therapy.
And so, the entire story, Genghis, is a diet version of Identity Crisis.
Okay, what's Identity Crisis?
Okay, let me describe you Identity Crisis. So,
oh god.
Okay. Hold on. If it's that big of a deal, describe it in a nutshell.
Hold on. No, don't do it in a nutshell.
We can't explain it in a nutshell.
Yeah. I will say, Changus. You know Dr. Light?
Yes.
He's the reason we can. The Identity Crisis is the reason we can never look at him the same way again.
Okay.
So Changus, in Identity Crisis, murder happens.
All right.
The murder.
This is the one with the elongated man, right?
Yeah, it was the murder of the.
His wife.
His wife.
Huh.
She was killed.
And this was also a big deal because Jack and Sue Gibney were like one of the longest and most like it was
classic
like
couple.
Yes, exactly. They were a classic couple. Like Sue and Reed, Peter and MJ. I don't care what Marvel says. You know, like one of the
Clark
main.
and Lois.
Yeah, Clark and Lois.
Like so elongated man's wife dies. She the situation surrounding her death is a mystery. Most likely suspect is Dr. Light. Dr. Light has been doing this for years. And the reason why like he and none of them remember it, none of like the other superheroes remember that, is because I forgot. Was it back? Zatanna was just mind wiping all of them.
What? Wait, so Zatanna's just been erasing their memories?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Because essentially the reason for this is because if this were to come out, like Dr. Light was this absolutely disgusting, terrible human being. A hero may become. The idea was, a hero may become. They may object to his ideas. They may object to him living. And they may try to put justice in their own hands. And so, the idea was, okay, let us wipe Dr. Light's brain. Let's make him even better. Let's make him an invalid.
Jeez.
So like he can never do it again.
Okay.
And so, I think, was it Hal or was it
I think it was Bruce, and then maybe Hal, who objected. It was definitely Bruce, but I think
Bruce is obviously someone who'd object to this.
Yeah.
And then I think Hal was also one. It was Bruce was definitely maybe Bruce definitely maybe and maybe Hal.
Huh.
They just objected to it, and so the other League members was like, no, we don't want dissent. Zatanna wiped their memory.
I think Oliver Queen, Black Canary were also on that side.
Wait.
Of a dissent, of a no dissent.
Clark was also for this shit?
I can't remember. I think
he's probably absent.
Yeah, Clark was probably absent.
Okay.
I hope so, because if not, and he didn't object, that's character assassination right there.
character assassination that any of this shit is happening.
Yeah, exactly. To be fair, it's character assassination for all of them.
So Bruce and a bunch of other guys, they went along with it because Zatanna just went, forget. You're for it. I guess we're for it.
Look up who actually did which actually sides were it.
Wow, that's actually really, wow.
And then eventually that comic book spawned an even infamous comic book. Cry for Justice.
Cry for Justice?
In which Hal and Steve.
Mm-hmm.
No, got Green Arrow's name.
Okay, it was Adam, Black Canary, Hawkman, Hal, Barry, and Zatanna. Along with Green Arrow.
And so Chang is apparently, and then not only was mind wiping not good enough, we decided, okay, let's silence you forever. Let's kill you.
Oh.
So that's why they found the Atom. Wait.
Okay.
Was the Atom the one where they Jeffrey Epstein?
Wait, what?
I think it was.
Wait, what? What's this?
I don't know. I know Adam's wife had a large amount of stuff to play in this.
Wait, they suicided the Atom?
Yeah, I could swear they had it to where the Atom they hide the fact that the Atom's death was murder by making it look like a suicide.
Oh my gosh. What the What?
I think that was Adam's wife.
Oh my god.
No, wait, no. Okay, let's see here.
Who wrote this shit again?
A guy called Brad Meltzer.
Okay.
He was not a regular comic pro. He was
I couldn't tell.
Yeah, he was just someone who's new. He for some reason got a high profile crossover event.
Uh-huh.
And that's what he wrote.
Oh my gosh. What the hell? So how does this relate to the thing you were trying to tell me though before?
Yeah, it was Adam's wife.
Wow, what a fucking wife.
Yeah, but his wife was a bitch.
Oh, she is? Oh, well, fuck her.
She has a history of being a bitch too.
Really?
Like Adam's, the most famous Adam story, sort of the Atom, is what's the start plot point? What's it called? The initiation. What's the starting plot point called? The hook? Not the hook, but...
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about?
I guess.
Yeah. But that is her getting a divorce with Ray.
Wow.
And you know what Ray started being a superhero to do?
To save his wife?
Her lawyer career.
What?
To save his wife's lawyer career. He would stop supervillains. She would prosecute them, I believe.
And she repays him by filing a divorce.
Again, his wife's a bitch.
Wow.
She was the one that killed Sue, didn't he?
Wow.
Yeah, that was Superman Red Son. It's an interesting comic. It's a Mark Millar comic that surprisingly is not in love. It's not like blowing itself. So
You don't like Mark Millar?
no.
Mark Millar's adaptations are better than Mark Millar's actual works.
Oh.
Adaptations of Mark Millar's works that are better than the original.
The funniest part, Nick, is that includes Mark Millar writing his own adaptations. Because he did Kick-Ass, the movie, and that's better than the comic.
Wow.
Joey, that's what I was referring to. It was something Vaughn who directed it.
Matthew Vaughn.
Matthew Vaughn. Yeah.
He directed Kick-Ass, and he directed
Kingsman,
the Golden Circle. Well, no, the Kingsman, the Secret Service. Excuse me.
Oh, I like Kingsman Secret Service.
And the Golden Circle. Which
Golden Circle's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I don't know why it gets the hate it does.
I remember.
I don't hate it, but I think but I do think it's a bit of a downgrade compared to the first one.
I remember having a fun time with Golden Circle, but I remember, I was surprised to see everyone say, "No, this is the worst one ever." You ruined. It's like, wow, really?
Well, I mean, technically it was the worst one ever, but it's the worst one when you have two movies.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a better one than the worst one.
But it wasn't atrocious. At least that's what I thought.
I thought it was fun.
Yeah. I think it's the weakest out of the three, but yeah.
I should think the strongest.
I still haven't seen The Kingsman.
Oh, The Kingsman? It's really good. I think, in my opinion, that's the strongest one. The third one.
Really?
Which is a prequel, actually. I actually found the third one the strongest one.
I know that they did not make.
You get to see the guy who played the Lizard in the Amazing Spider-Man play Alan Moore.
I know that they didn't make Rasputin the main villain, and that's a big missed opportunity.
Nah, he wasn't the main villain. I know, but still though.
Rasputin being a spy movie supervillain is just an amazing concept.
Nah.
I want to watch Hellboy again.
Hellboy?
The Guillermo del Toro's Hellboy. Let me be clear.
I still have not seen the latest Hellboy movie. I know you guys said though that's shit.
I'm on this stuff with you. The anime movies are actually pretty good too. Yeah.
But yeah. I have this image of Rasputin as this this adventure movie villain. Where he's doing some what's his name from Temple of Doom?
Mola
Ram, where he's trying to take guys' hearts out of their chest.
Galima!
And he ends up by the end of the villain Batman and Ra's al something like Batman and Ra's al Ghul, where he's shirtless and sort of fighting the hero.
Not gonna lie, because of Family Guy, I legitimately thought Michael Eisner played Mola Ram.
You betrayed the shareholders.
You betrayed the shareholders.
I've got to think about Michael Eisner though. I think of that American Dad joke, Nick. Though it's I was an Imagineer at Disney. We used to imagine this. We used to make this stuff in our dreams. Literally, they had a machine that sucked your dreams. Really? Yeah. We called him Michael That's one of my favorite jokes.
My favorite Michael Eisner joke is from the comment section of the Funkland.
Okay. What is it?
It's the one on Videopolis, the nightclub, the Disney nightclub.
Oh.
It's
the one that was against homosexual fast dancing.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, that is a gem, but that's not the one I'm talking about.
Oh, that's not it? Oh, what's the one you're referring to?
There's a great one where it's basically describing like how Michael Eisner, all of his decisions in the parks came down to wanting his son to think he was cool. And so it's like, you know, Michael Eisner would make the most compelling villain because his origin story is amazing. It's a story of a man who's created an empire just so that his son can think he's cool.
So who is Michael Eisner?
He was
not gonna lie, again, I thought he was actually Mulder Rush.
He was the CEO of the Walt Disney Company before Bob Iger.
Was he better or worse than good old Bob?
Hold on, real quick. I think I found the comment you were talking about. Oh, no. Honestly, this is also because Eisner just wanted his son to think he was cool, but like a classic Disney villain, he just went too hard and ended up with nothing. You can almost see him sitting in faint neon lights of Yumsy, hoping that maybe tonight will be the night that his son decides to stop by for a churro with the old man. The homosexual fast dancers spin around him, lost their own revelry, and his own son parties the night away at Knott's Berry Farm, oblivious to his father's despair. Euro Disney murders Eisner as he picks up his sake churro. That will make things right.
I love that comment.
So I think
I did not catch half of what you said.
Let me try. I was laughing at. Let me try to get. Michael Eisner. Honestly, Videopolis. Honestly, this is wholesome because Eisner just wanted his son to think he was cool, but like a classic Disney villain, he just went too hard and ended up with nothing. You can almost see him sitting in the faint neon lights of Yumsy, hoping that maybe tonight will be the night that his son decides to stop by for a churro with the old man. The homosexual fast dancers spin around him, lost their own revelry, as his son parties the night away at Knott's Berry Farm, oblivious to his father's despair. Hero Disney murders Eisner as he picks at his sake churro. That will make things right. Another favorite comment of mine is the top one. Just absolutely insane to think about a kid gang member possibly saying, "Videopolis is our turf. Go back to Knott's Berry Farm where you belong," and being dead serious about it.
That reminds me of the American Dad episode in the Disney World equivalent. You remember that?
You know, I think also another thing I love about Videopolis is homosexual fast dancing is banned, but there's nothing banning you from doing homosexual slow dancing. Take that, Disney! You can't stop the gays forever. We'll just dance slowly. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about that, Disney?
Reminds me of I just thought of Fordlandia.
Fordlandia?
So okay, Changus, I hope you're sitting now because
I'm sitting now, right? All right.
John Henry Ford, the man who brought us, the cars in his name and the assembly press.
Right.
And defined basically the 9-to-5 work. Work schedule.
Thanks, scumbag.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks to you, my dad's always miserable.
If I can be sympathetic to the devil, he created that during a time where it was really easy for you to be self-employed. So what do you call it? John Henry Ford told himself like went into a dispute. I think with like a British or an Indian company, because he didn't like he didn't like the fact that it's like he had to pay so much for rubber.
Oh, that darn rubber.
He was like, I'm not gonna pay these vultures for so much for rubber. I am going to make my own rubber farm.
Oh.
But you see, the thing is, Chang, is rubber trees can only be grown in like rubber crops can only be grown in like like warmer climates, like Brazil, and Central American countries. So it's like that's where Britain gets their crops from. That's where everyone gets like rubber from, and so Henry Ford just thinks to himself, you know what? I am the man who defined Detroit by opening the assembly line, the manufacturing the manufacturing plant.
I'm sorry, every time you mention Detroit, I can only just think about Master Best owns his town now!
Take him to Detroit.
No!
Take him to Detroit!
No! Not Detroit!
No, not Detroit!
John Henry Ford, he packed up his shit. He was like, going to fucking Brazil. I am going to rule business. And so he goes down there. He does what all lovable he does what all lovable he does what all lovable entrepreneurs do. He creates his own company town.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like the Mr. Beast neighborhood.
Not like the Mr. Beast neighborhood. Like I'm assuming like a literal like an actual company town.
I'm assuming that it was more of a joke, but yeah, I'm assuming like an actual like fucking town that his employees have to live in.
Yes.
Company towns always kind of interest me because again, I'm just wondering. Wait, so if you're fired, does that mean you become homeless?
Brazil, definitely.
Mr. Ford fired me from my job, and Mr. Ford's like, "Well, what are you doing here? Pack your shit up, get on my fucking town." But I don't really have anywhere to go. Well, that's your problem, isn't it?
I want your desk and I want your home cleaned by so he goes to Brazil. He establishes Fortlandia,
Fordlandia. Oh my god, that's wonderful.
A company town. He initially was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna hire the locals, you know, because his idea was like, oh, you know, because John Henry Ford, love him or hate him, he's a patriot.
He's a patriot.
He believes that he believes that like local locally made products are far superior than something you can outsource. So like, you know, because that was his model for like Ford was made by Americans for Americans. And so his idea was, okay, I'm gonna hire locals, because who can make the better rubber tree,
the locals.
Than locals. But you see, the problem here, Tangus, is John Henry Ford was a patriot. And he was a patriot in a foreign land.
Oh, that's gonna go well.
He looked at everything around him. He's like, okay, look at here. You're gonna work and live in my town. This is gonna be America. We live American way of life
in a foreign country.
In a foreign. Like, because the thing about like Brazil, like South America, is their work ethic is different from ours, where they don't conform to a rigid work schedule. They get up early, you know, they work the fields from like morning to the beginning of lunch. They have a, you know, they take it, and then they go eat lunch and they take a nap, and then they come back and tend to their tend to the remaining, you know, the remaining work, and then that's like their entire way of just working is based entirely around, okay, I'm going to get this done today, but I'm not going to do it all in one sitting. I am going to spread it out so that like
actually sounds like a better work ethic.
Yeah.
Damn you, Ford! Why couldn't you adopt their work ethic? No, you just had to be a fucking patriot.
Henry Ford's like, no, you conform from 9 to 5, you know, because that's the efficient American way. That's how, you know, that's how
efficient my ass.
Because like, what was revolutionary about that was the fact that the reason why he had the 9 to 5 is because by the time work was over, you'd have the rest of the evening to yourself.
Yeah, but you're fucking tired as shit when you're done with work. Like, okay, there we go, you have the rest of the evening to yourself. Oh, great. I'm just gonna go home and sleep. I'm fucking exhausted.
Because the idea, well, like, I think work was a bit more reasonable back then.
Yeah, but nowadays, like,
yeah,
because they just offload so much shit on you. It's like, but yet we still have the fucking 9 to 5 work ethic. It's like, okay, you got a whole evening to yourself. Well, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go home and sleep. I'm fucking exhausted.
So his idea was, okay, I established this work ethic where we, you know, where it's like Americans are not slaving away in like factories, just just like making, like a man is not slaving his entire day away in a factory. He has a schedule to attune to, and he gets to go home to his family. And the best thing about that is that by that the hourly wages that all of his employees get were more or less the same. And essentially Ford created the idea of like everyone who worked at a Ford factory was working the premier job, where you get to work a cushy, at the time a cushy hourly scheduled work, and you get paid far more than the competitor.
Ooh, Hibike's final training.
Because his idea was, if you pay, like, if you pay your workers like damn good money, they will just they will buy your products, and they will create this in his mind the self-sustaining like economy where Americans are paid top dollar to buy superior American things that not only makes their life luxurious and leisurely, but also it keeps influencing the economy. So his that was his idea of just like, and it was a pretty revolutionary thing back then. But then he tried that with Brazil, and he didn't realize they don't work like that. They're not going to work like that. And then he created Fordlandia to be a model of a typical American town. Okay, so it's like you get these buildings that look like they come from, like these buildings that look like they come, these suburban looking houses out here in the jungle. Yeah, it's like you live here. You live in a place that is made in such a way where it will not, which it was not suitable for this type of climate. Now live in it. He would have a cafeteria.
Oh. Let me guess. They only had American food.
Well. So John Henry Ford was actually kind of there was something, he for lack of a better term, there was something, he did have a liberal principle. That was his diet. He was a vegetarian. Yeah, so it's like he had a even Clint Eastwood, like he liked to live, like his diet was like largely just like I don't know what the best to describe it, but it was largely just like holistic. He didn't really eat a lot of meat. Didn't really smoke. Nice.
Didn't Ford sell trucks to Nazis, anime guy? I don't know. I don't know. Is that true?
Well, yeah, but that was before we realized, oh wait, they're gonna use these to take over Poland.
Oh, so he gave the Nazis a bunch of trucks, and then afterwards he's like, oh, wait, hold on, you guys didn't tell me you wanted to take over Poland. Can I get the back? No.
Like a lot of the relations between the U.S. and Nazi Germany before the war kind of started was like kind of positive because to them they thought, oh hey, here because remember a huge part of like the Northeast was German immigrants. And it sprinkles across across the country. So you would get like Germans who like lived in the Midwest and the West Coast as well. So the idea was we it's like that that Hitler fellow, he seems like a swell guy. He's bringing Germany back to the way it was. Back to its.
Yeah.
It's getting late. I gotta head out.
All right, have a good night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Man, that Hitler guy, he doesn't seem so bad. He's invading Germany. He's invading Poland.
Oh.
Now, Mr. Hitler, listen. Like the president calls Hitler. Now, Mr. Hitler, listen. Now, we had a wonderful discussion last night, remember? But I'm hearing you invaded Poland. I don't know. Now, Mr. Hitler, I think that's not supposed to be. I don't think you're supposed to be doing that.
This better not be starting into a conflict.
Nine. It's not going to be a conflict. No conflict at all. And then World War II happens.
So U.S. like Europe relations was very positive, largely because they got out of World War I, and also they got out of the Great Depression. They weren't interested. They seriously weren't interested in entering any type of war. Period. It really didn't matter whether or not Germany was in hindsight we know that they were an extremist. They were run by an extremist far-right party. But to the United States, it didn't really matter because they weren't. They were just saying stuff. We didn't think they were gonna go along with their silly plans.
So it's more like Sir Hitler's threatening to invade Poland. Bullshit! You wouldn't fucking do that. Look, he's saying a bunch of crazy shit, but he wouldn't actually invade Poland. He just did. Oh.
And so. There were some German citizens who were like, oh hey, I love Germany, but I don't want that crap to happen. I don't want another war to break out. And then just a different sect of Germans who were just no, I think what Germany is doing is right. We I always knew my kosher neighbor was not up to any good.
My kosher neighbor.
And so that's where you got Superman and Captain America punching Hitler.
Woo!
Because their creators were Jewish. And they were not. And they were living in a time where someone who was just someone who had a German ancestry or was possibly a second generation German. Whether or not they were if they actually believed in the whole idea of the Reich, they were a lot more aggressive than the normal way we treated the. The normal way of how like the Jews were, or it's like people will grumble and just be like, oh, those penny pinchers, but like things really got hostile.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what happened to my? Hold on, real quick. Let me check something with my nightback commands. What's going on here? What is it? What happened? What? I typed that in. What? Hold on. Yeah, that should be it. There we go. Oh, because it does. Oh, commands don't work in chat if I'm replying to someone. That's kind of poopy. A little bit. Who's tagging me now? What's happening? I see. Okay. I'm sorry, were you not?
I want to give back to Fordlandia.
Fordlandia.
So it's like you will live the American way of life. You will eat American vegetarian food. But Brazilians, they love meat. And it's like, what is it? I want to eat that. Where's the beef? And it's like no, you have to eat from the meal plan. You can't change it. Better not be seeing any contraband or anything like that. And so like the activities were the best part because John Henry Ford was he was a Southern gentleman, so he liked himself the square dancing. Because he thought, square dancing is a wholesome American activity, because because he met his wife at a square dancing it's like a square dancing party. So he's like, here you go, like a square dance. You can square dance. You can I don't know if they had like a pool. You could play badminton. You could play golf. But I better not be seeing you toss around that goddamn soccer ball, or you're not gonna end.
If I see one fucking soccer ball in this room, I'm kicking you out of the fucking company town. I saw it. We call it football. Get the fuck out of here!
Get out!
It's already bad enough you're kicking that shit around. Now you're calling it football? What's wrong with you? You non-Americans.
And so eventually, like the funny thing about like the rubber trees is rubber trees take a few years to finally like the rubber crops. They take a few years to finally come into season. So like Ford had didn't understand. It's like this has to be like a long-term thing you're doing here. You're not doing like you're not growing like oranges you're not growing like oranges in Florida or like normal like fruit crops. You have to be thinking about this business. He had to be thinking about this business like he was selling wine. But that was something that was kind of eluding him. So it's like he had to get this this company town running. By the time the crops came in, or this would not be worth it. So he had 4 years to try to get everything in shape. So eventually he just started trusting the locals, just trusting the locals. He decided to himself, you know what? I need Americans to do an American job. So literally, it is literally it just becomes like sort of like with Oppenheimer, where hey, will you be willing to live in like this very like hot, humid climate? You want to take your families out here? Like he called it like his best workers from some of his plants. It's like, you know, opportunity. Like, this would be like an opportunity for growth. You know, for growth in the company, and also you'd be paid extremely well. And it just.
Oh. You good or not? You're.
Yeah.
You cut out a little bit.
Like, yeah, come out and like come out, like, leave America. Come down here. You'll get paid well. We'll give you housing. Despite the fact, even if you don't like the climate, please come down here. I need American workers. These people are driving me nuts.
Please, you gotta come out. I need to talk to an American for once. These people, they call soccer football. What is wrong with them? You gotta help me. Actually, it's called football in almost every other place in the world. You're the only ones who call it soccer. You see what I have to deal with? These Brazilians. Come to your Americans, please. I need you.
It was like it was that line from the Avengers. It's like, finally someone who speaks English.
Yes, there we go. Hippie sub-story.
This entire thing kind of just becomes like a pseudo. Check your sub-story thing.
Sub-stories. Let's see. 2 more sub-stories. I know one of them is one of the girls, and then that leaves. Then after that, that will leave one. That'll leave one more after the one of the girls, which I think would be Mr. Moneybags.
No.
No?
No. Okay, so if it's one of the girls, then that's the last one you have to do, because the 40th, along with Kiryu, that is a.
Oh, that's in the next chapter?
Yeah, it's in the next chapter.
Ah, okay. Alright. Then let me befriend this girl, and then after that, after I befriend Mana, then we could go to the next chapter. Alright, open for business. We gotta do a round of business again, so that way I could go. That way I could get Mana to be my friend.
So apparently Woody and Buzz are coming back to Toy Story 5. What the fuck was the point of Toy Story 4?
Dude, I haven't even seen Toy Story 4. I don't know what happened to that.
So long story short, Woody in his old age kind of realized, you know what? Maybe it's okay. I'm not I'm not attached to a child forever. Even though, like literally, Woody's his entire purpose in life was that he wanted to feel needed. That's the existential drama of Toy Story movies. Is that Woody?
I mean, I don't know. Unless like this is a point where like Woody's grown. I don't know. Unless they tried to portray like, oh, Woody's growing up now as well. He's learning. Hey, I don't need to have an existential crisis all the time.
Like so Woody just thinks to himself because like they answer why Bo Peep wasn't in the third movie. Like,
despite the fact that the third movie answered why Bo Peep wasn't in the third movie.
Yeah.
Oh, so they retcon stuff?
Yeah, not necessarily. Yeah, kind of.
In the third movie, it was just she wasn't kind of more or less described like, oh, she was kind of sold along with some of the other toys, and that's why because Toy Story 3 was just about the idea that we're no longer Andy's toys were no longer we no longer have a nationality anymore because everyone's just moving away, being sold. And so it's like, if Andy sells us, what's next? So Bo Peep, she wasn't sold. She went into a mission where she tried to save a toy and it resulted in her being taken away.
Okay.
And so she now lives a life where she's not really bound. She doesn't define herself as being bound to a kid.
Okay.
It sounds like a really obnoxious piss poor metaphor for like being like not wanting to be a parent.
Huh.
Because it's like it's like, oh, I'm free. I get to explore, the vagabond lifestyle of just exploring America.
Huh.
Because like that's the problem. That's the problem with with this whole thing is that like Toy Story is a story about toys. Their purpose in life is to be played by children. That's why Woody fears being replaced. Because he fears that if Andy doesn't want to play him anymore, it means his life is over. He's probably going to get killed.
Bye, Woody.
Hi, Woody.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
But no, what do you then realize? You know what? I'm just gonna live this hobo lifestyle with you, Bo Peep. Apparently I go and save I help.
What about the what's I don't remember her name. The little girl that Andy gave him to.
The little girl that Andy gave her to, she's all right, but
No, but Andy gave Woody to her along with all the other toys. So what? Woody's just gonna decide. You know what? She's good enough. She has Buzz. Buzz, you take care of her. I'm gonna be a fucking hobo.
Buzz, you're now the leader of the pack, the leader of the tribe. Good luck, buddy.
Buzz, you gotta pay the child support now.
No, it's actually they didn't say it was Buzz that was late. It was actually Jessie.
Jessie?
Which, you know, good for her.
Wait, but... Yeah, but even then, like, Jessie was also, like, a really good, you know... She and Woody, their whole thing going on, you know, because, you know, they're part of the same line and all that. So, like, you're telling me you're just gonna abandon her as well? To be a hobo? Again, I'm only basing this off what you're...
abandonment issues, man!
Oh yeah, that's right, she's got fucking abandonment... I forgot about that shit! She has abandonment... Oh my... I forgot about... Okay, I guess she has Buzz and the girl, but still though, like, Woody's still close to her. You can't just leave her. Again, I'm only basing this off what you guys are telling me. I have not seen Toy Story 4.
At least Keanu played an Evil Knievel XP character.
Well, now I'm gonna have to watch it because you said there's Keanu.
Like, go into the fourth movie with just the mindset of, you know, this is fun, but like, but you know, it doesn't really make sense. Considering it's like it kind of like it's not really an evolution of the character, but it really just kind of like they forgot what the character was about, and because I think the problem with Pixar now is that they're too much of a, you know, they're too much.
They become just another extension of Disney.
Yeah. Where, like, oh, you're not allowed to have original ideas anymore. You need to start making, like, the same films again, and you gotta start making the sequels to the films that everyone loves. Because we all know, you know, that turns out great, right, Disney?
So, it's why one of the biggest I could probably rant about Incredibles 2, not because it's a bad movie, but it's like so painfully average compared to, like, it's just another movie like you see like every now and then once you go into the theater. But it's a sequel to The Incredibles, which was fucking spectacular. The Incredibles is like a whole other fucking league. I think that another Brad Bird Pixar film, Ratatouille, and WALL-E are like the three best Pixar films.
Oh, dude, WALL-E, I love WALL-E.
Yeah,
I do.
When I saw the teaser trailer with Chance, this is how much I love robots, like robotic characters. When I saw like the teaser trailer was gonna just, I had no idea what the movie's about, but you just see like a robot character and you just see WALL-E. I'm like, sold.
Was that Pixar made an entire movie where the first half of it, there's no dialogue? It's amazing.
Yeah, I showed my mom that movie and she cried. Understandably.
Dude, the first time I saw that movie, I cried.
Understandably.
Dude, I like, you know, obviously now, you know, there's gonna be a happy ending, but I legitimately thought, no, WALL-E, no! Dude, when he couldn't remember Eva, I remember I was heartbroken. I was just, no, no!
Huh? I'm reminded of the meme you posted on your Twitter. Fingers of elementals.
Which one?
The one is like, hey, can you explain what this is? Oh, it's just ordinary. Oh my goodness! Squidward!
Squidward! You know, it's funny. The concept is there. I think what they have is interesting. The problem is it's made by modern Pixar, so I don't think it's gonna be amazing.
I think though the fun. Okay, so the funniest thing I've seen so far on Twitter when it comes to elementals is people are saying. So let me get this straight. The main conflict is the fire girl wants to be with the water guy, but her dad doesn't want her to be with the water guy. And then people just came to the realization. So the whole conflict is the dad's just against mixed race couples.
Yeah.
Mixed race couples, cringe.
Also, I've seen that plot 1,000 times. You know what would have been interesting? They should have done a Ratatouille in the sense that there's not like it's one like single narrative plot, but more like almost like an indie movie feel where it's kind of like you just explore the life of like this couple.
So, the movie was inspired by makes sense. Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, which was big at the time because it was a movie. It was one of the first movies that showed like showed interracial marriage. Because when they were filming it, it was filmed just before like the misgeneration laws were being struck down.
Wait, hold on. Why do I have to choose between two? I have to tell you if I'm a masochist or a sadist.
So,
I'm sorry.
I don't stand for this S&M bullshit. No.
I don't know. I guess I'll be a masochist. Fuck it. I don't know. I don't like any of these answers. I'll just go. I don't know. I'll just be fucking.
So different. The choice is: would you like to be the one suffering or the one causing suffering?
Well, she's a sadist. She likes being the one to cause the suffering.
So masochist. So masochist.
Oh my gosh.
So masochist is probably the right answer.
That's a. Oh my god. What are these options?
So they did like so the movie was inspired by like Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, but another inspiration they actually said was Moonstruck. I'm like, Moonstruck's a really good movie.
Really?
It is Nick Cage and and Cher.
Interesting.
And it's a movie about a woman who's played by Cher, obviously.
It's called Moonstruck.
Yes, who's widowed. Who's made a widow. Like obviously it's based on like Italian American culture, but like they're very like family centric, and so
it's young Nick Cage. This is the 80s. Oh, let's go. She's
widowed. So after her husband dies, she finds love in his brother, who's considered the weak link of the family. Because he's got a temper on him. They think he's good for nothing. So it's like that's a pretty good film because it's like
the future of Japan.
どうだ、私の精一杯の真面目な質問だよ。今景気が良くて乗りに乗ってるこの国だけど。
No, Mana, why would you ask about the economy? No. There's an option to say we'll crash. Oh, Mana, I don't know how to tell you this, but I think I accidentally screwed everyone over. So, we're gonna have to go. You know what? I'm actually considering this as an actual answer. I'm gonna say we'll crash just because we did ruin the fucking economy by suggesting, hey, let's raise the taxes. You got a good idea, Majima.
Ugh, economics.
Ugh, economics. Wait, you said one of the inspiration for elementals is Moonstruck, though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because, like, I thought that would have been interesting about the movie. It's not so much a movie about, like, oh, like, the father doesn't like his daughter dating one of those water.
Okay, that's one of my funniest things I've seen on Twitter so far. Everyone's just saying, "Oh, so the main conflict is just the dad's he's just a meme of you know that guy with the guitar who plays the JoJo theme afterwards, just mixed race couples, cringe, and he just plays the JoJo theme on guitar. I think it was for like Diamond Says Unbreakable, one of the themes for Diamond Says
I think, like, you know, why not? Why not have a movie, just like a kids movie? I don't think animation is, supposed to be for kids, but like, why not have like a family movie where it's like, it's someone who's considered the outcast. Even they deserve affection. Like,
oh, Chelsea, that's right. That's also a fucking movie that made me. That movie gets me every single. You know the scene every single fucking time I watch it.
Yeah, everyone knows what scene that is.
And every time I watch it, I can't help but cry. That shit is so fucking sad, but I love it.
You know what's the last Pixar movie that's made me kind of feel something?
What?
Coco.
Same.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, Coco was great.
I think that. Yeah, let's be honest. That's probably the last great Pixar movie.
When was Coco again?
I think it was 2018. Like
2018. Let me look this up real quick.
I wish I saw it like when it came out, and not like because it was out where when it was in late 2018. So when it was 2019, it was still in theaters, but like I've already made like
actually. It came out on November 22nd, 2017.
I saw it in January. So I already made like my top movies of 2017 list. Wish I saw Coco sooner, just so I could put could fix my list essentially.
No, Chelsea, watch Coco. You avoided. No, Chelsea, trust me, Coco's great. You'll love it.
It's fantastic.
Wait, hold on. Wait. I don't know why when I get ready to come to this club session, I get these pangs in my chest. It goes away when you get home. Do you hate work? Go see a doctor. Go see a doctor. If you got chest pains, go see a doctor. But no.
I also recommend Book of Life.
Book of Life?
Yeah.
What's that?
So you know the guy. So you know El Tigre, The Adventures of May Rivera, that Nicktoon.
Oh, I love El Tigre.
Same guy. Jorge Gutierrez.
Oh.
Also, we're guys that takes place in the same universe.
Really?
Because I think all of his work just might as well just take place in the same universe.
So Book of Light takes place in the same universe as a little luchador or kid. That's amazing. Oh man, El Tigre's a fucking blast from the past though, man. Book of Living, same as Coco? I don't. No, I don't.
No, they have similar like settings and like they both happen to have like plot points that involve the Day of the Dead. But they couldn't be any more different.
Oh, I'm reminded, Chingus. I got you Grim Fandango.
Oh.
Like that's another pretty good game that also deals with the idea. It's a really funny tribute to noir that deals with the same thing, ideas as Coco. It's like, where it's like, what do you call it? When I rest, am I forgotten? They don't the land of the dead is essentially the idea of purgatory. It's like we exist here for 4 years. Sometimes they'll never leave.
Yeah.
So never get to leave, and we'll stay there forever, and then they'll just fade away. And the entire game is just Manny. You play as Manny Rivera, who is a Grim Reaper. Who in that world, they're treated more so as travel agents. Than the normal idea of what we believe the Grim Reaper to be. So it's like, if you were a saint in life, you can automatically go on the giant train that you don't have. You can skip over the 4 years, and you can reach eternal slumber. Or even if you weren't like the best in life, you could still earn your way onto the train. That was the mindset until he realizes, oh wait, there's a conspiracy. Like even in death, there's always a conspiracy.
Why is Japan awesome? It's so fucked up in different ways, anime guy. I don't know.
Their culture. The Japanese culture is something that there is so much life lesson, I think just lessons of life that you can take from it. From from their traditions and all that stuff. It's very interesting. But the problem is that their their unwillingness to change is also their biggest enemy. Because the reason the birth rate isn't up is one thing. One thing is those who want relationships, they're unable to, because you have the distracting work culture, where you're days off and all that stuff is going around upon. Those who probably want love, probably too scared to get it, because the Japanese are just notoriously shy. they're like courtship is something that is very different for them than it is for us. So, like, so it's like it's kind of hard for something to blossom over that, and then also you get the nihilistic idea that it's because they are a nation that has they have a nation that kind of has everything. What's the point of meaningful relationships? And it's like why do I need because I don't think so much it's the idea that they're not having sex. It's just they're not having children because one, raising a child is expensive over there, much less living by yourself. So it's like they're not given incentives to like here in the West sadly we do give a lot of incentives for children. That's a rant for something else. I'm not gonna have her here. Government's terrible. Just that's it. But like largely it's just because like there's no but like there's just no point to having a meaningful relationship because if you like they don't really follow like the our Judeo-Christian values because they're not one to think, well, if I want to have sex and I want to have why not try to find a girl that I can marry? Because that was sort of the point of the Bible. It's like if you want to if you wanted to engage in relations, do it with someone you cherish. Do not do it with a partner.
And do it after you marry.
Do it after you marry, yeah. Yeah, because like if the one you cherish, if it is the one you cherish, then it's the one you marry. But like but it's like in Japan, it's like why like if you could just go into like if you can go to like a soap land. Or a pretty woman, you pay a pretty woman to like, whisper sweet nothings into your ear, and like give stuff to you that I won't mention here. Again, like the point, the problem is like. What's the point of what's the point of starting something meaningful if I can pay and get it? It really is just the pay to win system. If I can pay and get what I want. And also, the Japanese are judgmental bitches. They like. Every time you do something, like every time you try to branch out and do something different, and they'll just look at you as like, oh, look at Toshi over there. Look at that fucking what like being individual. Like no, you're not allowed to be happy, chud.
Who told you could be happy?
Who told you you can forge your own path and be happy? Nah, I
gotta play darts with Mana. Oh, I'm not good at darts.
Because like because the problem, like, you know, like that's the problem also with like otaku culture. Is you know, these guys who just kind of just like their hobbies. They're not allowed to, you know, be seen as normal. Just normal people enjoying what they like. They always have to be seen as the different, because in polite Japanese society, you know, like it really seems, yeah, it's like it's you know, like the argument of like, oh, you know, why are you watching like cartoons or playing video games? Why don't you do what I do? Watch Hand Egg and dumb reality shows. Like it's you know, it's like that. It's like, I determine what is normal, and you doing all your embarrassing shit, that isn't normal. You're just, I consider you the other, and I consider the other to be wrong. So like these normal, you know, these normal people, unless they become like Hideaki Anno, and just, you know, yeah, y'all laughed at me. Y'all laughed at me,
but look at me now. I get to make my own Kamen Rider movie.
It's like, what do you think of this, baby? That makes you attractive. Yeah!
All those girls who laughed at him in school, they're not going, oh my gosh, Mr. Ano, he did Kamen Rider. Sorry, babes, I'm married. Isn't Ano's wife a mangaka?
Yeah.
Never.
Like I think she did, like, quite a while ago, she did like draw like a manga, just like, you know, like how is my life, you know, like just like, I think it's like like, I don't know if it's judgmental, I hope not, but it's just like my daily life living with an otaku, just you know, how life is just living with all of Sunshine Hideaki Anno.
This man does Kamen Rider poses on a daily basis, and I love him for that.
That's the dream.
That's the dream right there. Get you a girl who's like my husband, all he does is just pretend he's Ultraman every day. I think that's the sexiest thing ever.
My all-time favorite Ano moment is just the fact that, like, his apartment was on fire, and he knew that was happening, but he just told me. He was just like, I didn't get up.
Mr. Ano, are you okay?
Well, yeah, you know, it got better.
It got better, but it's like, you know, this is still just like, yeah, I was going through a lot during that time, so I just decided, you know what? If the fire's gonna consume me, just let it consume me. There we go. Yes, you extended your session. Good.
The internet is forever blessed because we have just a video of Ano on this.
Yeah, on the playground, just doing a bunch of poses. It's a beautiful moment. I love it. I aspire to be like Mr. Ano.
But yeah, no, like their problem is just like a multi-cosm of just like things that they've done to themselves. And the problem is, and another problem is they refuse to admit it. Because now that the higher percentage of the population is now just like in their 50s, they're the ones who get priority because they're the ones who they're the ones who are listening to the politicians.
Does Japan have a spur paint, Chelsea? I don't know. Most likely.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, most likely, Chelsea.
Like Asian countries who label themselves as democratic are very Americanized. Just look at South Korea.
Oh, South Korea.
Their entire identity just like it's just, hey, we're America. But
we're America.
We're in these K-pop is literally a thing because they like they like the hip hop.
You're just moving.
Oh, we got a new follower. Red Guy 834. Hello.
Hello, welcome.
We're talking about Japan and their low birth rates. PS4, NA or EU? Wait, what?
No, well, like if you're saying is he playing this on a PS4? No.
No, this is PC. Oh, top. Yeah, there we go.
And we are all in North America.
Oh, that's me. I live in.
Yeah, not me though. I'm on LB.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot Nick was on the off.
He's on an entire new, different planet. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. He's on the off Wolf calling.
Yeah.
No, but for real though, we all are in the land of the USA. I am an American, despite the fact that I have in real life I have very slant eyes. I am American.
Okay.
I live in California, so the state with the highest taxes. So there's that. Unless there's a state, unless you're gonna tell me not, or Nick, there's a state that has even higher taxes than California so far.
No.
Oh.
I could maybe guess, maybe Illinois, but I'm honestly too scared to check.
Hiya. Hiya.
I don't want to know.
I don't want to know.
But I don't. So going back to what I was saying earlier, elemental or elements or whatever. I think it's called elemental.
Yeah, elemental.
I don't think the concept is there. The concept is there. It's an interesting concept, but it just feels like I've seen this movie before.
It seems like it seems like the Pixar. What Pixar is nowadays is simply, hey, we are the studio, because Disney stopped, thinking of things. We are now.
Maine has the highest tax state Chelsea? Huh.
Well, no wonder Stephen King writes a lot of horror stories.
We're right here in Maine, of course. There's nowhere else to live with a rider. The alcoholic dude, the adulterer and his whore, some dumb rednecks, and a disappointing resolution here in Stephen King's Maine.
Alright, Mana special training numero 4. Alright, come on, let's get this out of the way. Hey, Mana, I want to get your side story done. Just...
like elemental. Like Pixar just has this thing where it's like, I think they can still come up with creative things, but
the way they express them just feels corporate.
Yeah. It feels it feels surface level.
Yeah.
Because like we live in a because to be honest, we already live in a world where there's a lot of like interracial couples. We don't, like this is not a movie that's coming out in like the 60s or like the 50s where that was a concept that almost became countrywide law. If it wasn't for like the Supreme Court shooting it down. The miscretion laws. Like so it's like that was a that was a thing a long time ago, but that's not a thing now. Sure, bigotry still exists, but like that's hard to like. Believe me, we've been on this planet for like hundreds of thousands of years. That's not going away anytime soon.
Plus, if we're being honest, this is probably gonna piss certain people off, but we're literally in the most tolerant time period.
That's true.
It's hard to believe, who's died in this day and age because they were a different stand or ism.
We are Chelsea? Yeah, Chelsea. The internet is not a real place. A lot of times, a lot of people exaggerate what's going on the internet. Now, not to say that, we don't, now that's not saying, we're not, completely void of problems. Some of these problems still exist, but they're not as bad as, like, how the fucking Twitter makes it out to be.
It's, like, bigotry is the human condition. If you're not willing to live in a world where someone could be like hateful towards someone else, you do not deserve to live in a world where people can also express a loving act, because there is no such thing as a world where we only get one. There has to be a juxtaposition, better or worse. We do not take it from Christians, from a bunch of us Christians. We do not the value of God's love, God's blessing, God's love comes from the fact that we are born of sin. Without that, that love and that love isn't special. and wonderful.
You toss Twitter in the trash, you don't use it. I still use it, Chelsea, mostly just for, you know, to promote myself, get myself out there, reach out, you know, tell people, hey, do you think, if you think what I do is cool, you know, come on by, check it out, you know, give it a little follow, and then there we go.
After watching Pinocchio, I think the problem with like Pixar is the
wait, which Pinocchio?
The good one.
Okay, because I was getting a little concerned. They're like, which Pinocchio?
It's like the key.
The award-winning one that deserved its award, not turning red.
Turning red.
Except the Lost Twitter.
Look, even if Turning Red is a good movie, you watch Pinocchio and it's like, oh my gosh, what you're gonna compare Turning Red to Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio?
Plus, it didn't have the scene where they where the towers hit Pentagon.
Exactly. Now Pinocchio, on the other hand, though, they had the balls to have Mussolini played by Tom Kenny. I like a puppets.
I like a puppets.
And these are puppets I don't like. Shoot them.
These puppets I don't like. Shoot them.
And burn it all down.
Evidence chain.
That was what Turning Red was missing. It was missing Zack Heidel.
The Pentagon! They hit the fucking Pentagon!
Boo Turning Red? I wouldn't say boo Turning Red, Chelsea. But then again, I haven't seen it, so I don't have an opinion on it in the first place. I hear good things about it, I hear some bad things about it. I'm just saying, either way, you watch Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, and you go, and you know, it's like, you see why it deserves an award. You know, it's, again, it's one of those movies that actually does make me cry, so it's like, oh.
It's a touching story about, you know, mortality and what it means to be alive. It's like, yeah, the 555th movie about coming of age and growing puberty. Like, all great. It's like Turning Red, I feel like would be special if it didn't feel like it was the same movie, but this time we just animated it. Because there's a ton of movies you can find, there's a ton of better movies you can find about growing up in you know, growing up in a household, or like having to go through puberty and all that stuff. Like the problem is that a lot of these people think that the spice to that is, oh, I am China, I am of the China persuasion.
I am of the China persuasion. What?
Yeah.
I've never heard someone describe it like that before. I am of the Korean American persuasion, myself personally. But hey, you know, if someone's of the Chinese persuasion, go ahead.
Also, I feel like the movie's all apparently it's like it's never the kids who have to learn something. It's always the adults. Like, you guys are old and not out of touch of things. You're right. I'll change from now on.
You're out of touch.
Yeah, you're right. I'll change from now.
You're out of touch. I'm out of sight. I don't remember the lyrics, but you get a point.
I'm not.
Oh damn it!
Out of my head when you're not around. Oh.
So, like, I think just the like, it also doubles for like Strange World.
Yeah.
The Strange World. Okay, Strange World is actually such a interesting thing, because like, no matter your opinion of the movie is, I haven't seen it yet. The thing that gets me is Disney fucking sabotaged it with its marketing. They didn't advertise that movie at all. It's like even if the movie was good, Disney didn't. No one watched it because Disney didn't do their job promoting it.
Imagine going. Oh yeah. Oh what's this movie? What, like Disney made a movie? Imagine having someone say that. Like, you're a multi-million-dollar company. You are a not like, you're not well known. You are a institution in cinema, and people don't even know that you released a movie. It's pathetic.
Like Treasure Planet anime guy? Well, when it comes to like sabotaging, yeah, like Treasure Planet. Because
but not as bad as Treasure Planet.
Oh, Treasure Planet.
But that's a rant for another day, because I could rant for that forever, because I watched that movie, because that was my childhood movie. Anyway, but you know what it is? This is just like Disney and in general. It's their movies and Disney Pixar like before the 2010s. They didn't, believe it or not, they didn't make kids movies. They just made movies.
Made family.
Yeah, not necessarily even family. They just told. They just had a story to tell, and they wanted to tell it. And sure, it was marketed to kids, but it wasn't really a kids movie. These movies are kids nowadays. These are kids movies.
Also, family movies doesn't necessarily mean kid movies.
But I think the problem is just like family movies now code for
kids.
Yeah, that's that I hate though. When nowadays it's like, oh, it's a family movie. Oh, that obviously means kids only.
That means you don't pull a DreamWorks and you create in the sequel to a Puss in Boots movie.
You know what? Why the fuck is the sequel to a mid-tier Shrek spinoff so fucking good?
I have not seen the first Puss in Boots.
It's mid.
It's mid. Wow.
Mid.
Because I remember I watched the second. I sat down. I watched the second Puss in Boots movie. After that, I was like,
I get it.
Well, I wasn't crying like Danny DeVito, but I was like, I understand now. I perfectly understand everyone's praise for it. Yes,
I understand why the wolf is now a Tumblr sexy man.
I also want to say, yes, I do understand the okay. Have you guys noticed there's this interesting trend. I wouldn't say weird, like it's kind of an interesting trend where now like a bunch of movies are having like portrayals of panic attacks. And Twitter obviously eats that shit up, but at the same time there's also like, it's getting to the point now where even Twitter starts making fun of it. So like I think like oh, there's gonna be a not Across the Spider-Verse, there's gonna be like a short film for like featuring Miles in the Spider-Verse universe. And, oh, Miles is gonna have a panic attack. And I remember people like on the internet, they're just like, have you seen those memes where it's like that one advisor telling George Bush something? It's like the guy's just whispering to George Bush like, "Sir, we have another panic attack animated," and it's just George Bush just has to look at his face like this. Oh shit, real? Like for real?
Is he reading a story to the kids?
No! Oh my gosh, I never thought the context of that meme. No! I didn't think of that. No! Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god! I didn't think of that. Oh my gosh! I literally did. Oh my gosh! No! I didn't think of that. I decided that meme. I was like, oh, that's kind of funny, but now Ninja Mitch is like, wait, no, they didn't actually fucking use a shot from. Oh my gosh. Gee, you crying? No, I'm not crying. I'm just flabbergasted, Chelsea. Oh my gosh.
Vegas. Look in the back. Look at the back out. Look at the background.
Hold on. Wait. I'm playing a game right now. I'm trying to get money so that way I can do side quests. I'll look after this. Okay, let me pause. Hold on. Hold on. No! Oh my gosh! No! Fuck! I didn't think of that before. Fuck, man. Oh no! Show you, Chelsea? Oh. I don't think you would understand the context of it though, Chelsea, if we just showed you. Oh my gosh.
Just so you know, Chelsea, it contains what finding red lacked.
Wait, hold on. To quote South Park, has it been more than 50 years where it's finally funny to make a joke about it?
Yes.
It's
officially over 22 years.
Oh, okay. That means a national tragedy has finally become funny. We could joke about it. Wait, guys! Fucking wrenches. Wait, guys! Don't you get it? If we do the math, it's been more than 15 years since AIDS came out. That means it's finally funny! Tom, Carol, this just in that we have to. This is a reporting from South Park here. It has been 15 years since AIDS has been discovered, which means now it is officially funny.
Compare the first Incredibles to the second one.
Mm-hmm.
The first Incredibles is such a mature film.
I love the first Incredibles.
Yeah, the first Incredibles was fantastic. Have it not be animated, it would feel like not a kid's film.
It's one of the Incredibles. It's one of the best spy movies out there.
Yeah, Incredibles 2. Well, I won't say it's bad. It really does feel like a kid's film.
I always it could just be me. I could be wearing like a tinfoil hat. I always feel like whenever Pixar strays away from the idea of worth, they just make like bog standard movies.
Ooh, we're gonna do disco, Mana. Let's do disco.
Yeah.
Because all of their best movies have like something to do with worth.
Dun, dun, dun. Disco.
whether you know it's with you know like, it's about yeah, like you know the idea that you know your purpose is a toy, but also just because of like even in like movies that people like rode off at first, like cars. Like, There's been like man, The Incredibles was like was dying like not just content wise, but just like it's what I was trying to say. It's like this was written for like families. There's murder. It's a movie that has like murder in it.
Yeah.
And like it's
I will always reiterate the importance of the cave scene.
It's like it's also a movie about dealing with the idea that like that no one wanted, what do you call it, like where you were once like praised and now no one cares for you anymore.
Alright. I believe... Alright. Alright, let's do this.
Incredibles was also a movie that really took its time.
Yeah.
Well, it's because, like, it's funny going back to The Incredibles because it's like, it's like this is a kid's film, but this is just like there's just quiet moments where, you know, Bob and Helen are just arguing with each other because they're just going through a marital strife because one does not want to live this docile life of being a desk jockey. Helen loves her time as a superhero, but it's like it's time to give it up. It's like being a superhero was Bob's calling. It's not something you could just give up because that was Mr. Incredible was what he was. It was like, damn, this wasn't a kids movie.
I'd also argue one of the Incredible 2's like biggest mistakes is there's two of them. One is the idea that after like the final battle in The Incredibles, superheroes are still illegal.
That is the thing that always kind of bugged me about Incredibles 2. It's just that it's literally nothing changed.
And I also don't like that it takes place literally right after.
It's so weird too because technically had like a video game that was supposed to like bridge in whatever what happened during the Younger Minor.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So it's like we didn't really need to see what happened in the fight. It was just like. And even then, it's like it's crazy to think like during like the syndrome fight, where they destroy the Omni drone. It's hard to believe, it's like you've proven why heroes are still needed in society. It's like, nah, you're still illegal.
Yeah.
It's like, you, Placid Girl, we need your dummy thick cheeks.
Dummy thick cheeks.
We need you to convince the populace that, the hero.
Elastigirl, use your sex appeal to win over the populace. What about Mr. Incredible? No, he's not dummy thick. Sorry, Mr. Incredible. Look, we're not saying you're bad, but Elastigirl's got the cake, man. Yeah.
They shouldn't have cut out Gazer Beam's funeral.
Oh, they were gonna have Gazer Beam's funeral?
Yes, there was a deleted scene.
No! Why'd they do that?
Cause modern Pixar and Disney, we can't have like a quiet moment where it's just being serious.
It's too sad for a kids movie. Well, kids gotta learn. Kids gotta learn that life isn't happy all the time.
I think this came out after Coco. But do you know what I think is actually probably another one, probably the last, like, really good Pixar film? Cars 3!
Oh yeah, Cars 3 was... Dude, I remember there was a time where people were like saying, "Oh no, don't watch Cars 3 because oh my gosh, lightning's passing torch to female." I was like, look, don't you fucking rope in your stupid ideas of, oh, this is gonna be
whoa.
Yeah, because oh my gosh,
fucking.
The word
isn't even woke anymore.
I don't know. The word has literally lost all meaning. Like everyone calls everything woke. Oh my gosh, this woman woke.
Yay, woke.
I know people call the new Transformers movie woke because Anthony Ramos isn't a white guy.
Fuck.
Yeah. So. In The Flash, there are moments where, things come up, but I wouldn't call them film woke. So I guess I'll just mention it here because I don't know. Other than Chelsea, I don't know who's really watching at this time of night.
That's true. I am really just streaming just for my own sake here, just to finish this.
Like, what do you call it? In the early parts of the movie, Wonder Woman shows up.
Oh, Gal Gadot's here?
Yeah. Like, everyone except for
Henry.
Everyone except for Cyborg and Henry. They get their last time to shine. I guess, and like Jason, he's more relegated for like the after credit.
Huh.
His Django Fat Daddy came back.
Oh.
but he's no longer in the twisted universe that Barry created when he saved his mommy. Jango Fett didn't bang a fish.
Oh no.
So Arthur doesn't exist.
Or he's not, or Arthur exists, but he's not Jango Fett's son.
Possibly. The entire thing just went, oh no, he hasn't existed. It's like, wow, that's hardcore.
Oh.
It's like, oh, like we don't know where Wonder Woman is. We don't know if there's a Superman. It's
what
like
about Batman?
Cybertron, I was gonna say Cybertron.
Cybertron. Oh, here we go. Mana's final customer service training. Here we go.
I just also funny enough, if for like a major change, I had an idea for like. Remember how I suggested one of the things we gotta do is like a big crossover story, where it's like, what if all these franchises were just one franchise?
Yeah.
Hear me out. If we, for some reason, if we do a Flashpoint event, hear me out. When Megatron does like the big attack on like the dock, and shoots at Ariel and Orion Pax, and he kills Orion Pax.
Oh.
Like kills him.
Oh. Okay.
No Optimus.
Okay.
The Flash killed Optimus.
Instead we have to deal with Rodimus Prime.
No, hear me out.
Oh.
Orthea Prime.
Orthea Prime?
So a little one.
Huh.
Funny enough, there was a combiner, back in Prime Wars trilogy. I think
Power of the Primes. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the combinations was Orthea.
Oh. That's where you got the name. Oh. Okay. One shall stand, Megatron. One shall fall.
Till all.
Oh, that's
I've always wanted to beat up a woman.
for some reason, because of Flashpoint, Megatron's also more comedic now. Before he was usually serious, but then because of Flashpoint, he's actually just comedy Megatron. Oh right, I always wanted to kill a woman before. What the hell, Megatron? What? I'm evil.
Cyborg, like Victor Cyborg is not a cripple yet. And so that just leaves Batman. So in the deep, in like the twisted world that Barry created, Michael Goth is just not gone. He's like Bruce is just 70.
Oh.
And like you want to know what's the like one of the things I was like like it's literally like Barry's decision to bring back his mother literally just became like the Family Guy joke of what happens if Family Guy Family Guy. No, what happened to
if we stop 9/11.
No, what happens if Peter doesn't marry Lois?
Oh. Oh.
Okay, so I'm a vegetarian. Oh.
Because Barry saving his mom,
私もうコロ君のところの女の子なのに秋山さん褒めたりしたら
I just saw something funny. This happens at no point, but in a non-canon event, alternate universe, whatever, Nokama ends up marrying someone like Quagmire. And then down the line you get the Tomata, but like they have like Quagmire's chin and stuff like that. So I just imagine like the joke where the Toa just go, oh, yes, even Kopaka.
Does that mean Barry Barry's like, don't worry, Other Barry, I know how to fix this. He's just dancing with Cleveland.
I just want to imagine like Michael Keaton is actually really good doing Michael Jackson dance.
Barry, I'm sorry, Barry. Let's go fix the timeline.
I think because one thing that happens, the reason why Bruce Wayne is still there, but he had to retire. You wanna know why?
Why?
Barry's decision to save his mother created a crime-free Gotham.
What?
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 I was like,
that doesn't seem possible.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem possible. Well, like, damn, Barry, this was the best decision you've ever made in your life.
Holy shit!
Barry, you did the actual fucking impossible.
Wow. So why is hold on, I have to ask you again. So because this is supposed to be Flashpoint, why is Batman Michael Keaton though?
So, okay, like I guess I can just tell you guys. When Barry, when he made the decision, it transported him, basically to Earth 2, and so. I don't know if this is completely Burton's version of Batman. He has the car, he has the Nightwing, he has the Batwing, and everything.
I'm just a little confused on how, because the whole point of Flashpoint is he turned back time, but how does that end up just being completely different universe?
So there's a theory that like people are trying to physicists are trying to push that maybe perhaps time travel can be possible, because like a lot of the fallacies we created, where it's like the grandfather paradox, the loop paradox, the butterfly effect.
So like, I'm gonna go ahead. You explain.
We came up with. They're coming up. They believe the concept, not like with Back to the Future, where essentially you do something and it creates a new timeline. That timeline already existed. It's like essentially the movie is trying to say that Barry's actions essentially allowed a different timeline to take center stage, instead of the one that like he considers normal. Like, cause
so it's not like Dragon Ball either. This is because they didn't create they created a separate timeline, but that's its own thing that doesn't affect their timeline. This is like a completely different thing that already existed.
The best way to describe it, is, have you ever heard of Steins Gate?
Steins Gate? I've heard of it, haven't seen it yet.
I do recommend the visual novel. It's like I love the visual novel. Steinsky proposes the same idea, where essentially like you're not creating something, you're simply shifting to something else. You know, because this exists. You know, like time is not a linear. You know, it's not a linear string. It's like a rope. It has all the braids on the rope that tie it together. They represent each chord of a, you know, each chord, like each facet of a timeline, and essentially creating making small choices will essentially put you on different timelines. If you make a huge choice, you're essentially creating a new dimension. So like it describes that Barry's time. Like Barry's not essentially just rewriting his own timeline. He's just stepping into the dimension, into this is a multiverse story. Of someone else's, because towards the end, like that's why I brought up Infinite Crisis, because towards the end of the movie, it's revealed that I'm just gonna come out and say it. They deepfake Christopher Reeves.
What?
There's just a moment where goddamn Graham R. Tarkin, Christopher Lee.
What?
No, Christopher Reeves is standing there with the original Supergirl from like the failed spinoff.
What?
Like, cause Barry's essentially opening tears. Like younger Barry is opening tears across the multiverse. And it's like it's not only is he threatening the existence of Earth 2, he's also just threatening the existence of the other Earths. Also, I'm gonna be a consumer. I'm gonna say I clapped when I saw it. I'm not gonna be ashamed, because my boy gets finally, my boy, even if it was just for a moment, he finally got to be the Man of Steel.
Wait, was it actually him, or was it like?
It was him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it just.
They actually got him. Oh.
And he looks exactly as he did in the Superman looks promo.
No freaking way.
Wait! I have to ask though. Does he fight a giant spider?
He is fighting the Thagarian.
He has to fight. He fights a giant. No. Okay, that's actually okay. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually pretty funny. Oh, there we go. Mana sub story done. There we go. Oh my gosh, it took me almost over 6 hours to fucking get all these girl sub stories done. But there we go. One more sub story to go for Majima and Kiryu. Oh my gosh.
That only matters in the final chapter.
Yeah. Alright. Save. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go finish this chapter, and then next stream we'll start the final chapter.
Alright. But no, I didn't really care about anything. It was just like, my God.
My God.
Right
They finally got my man to be Superman.
Finally did it!
He finally did it!
Yeah, but don't call it a giant spider, okay? Can I call it a Thygerian snare beast? Yes, it's my favorite line from that. like that Kevin Smith panel. It's also the same. It's also the same panel as like where I got the great line. It's like, oh, you know, Beetlejuice goes Hawaiian. Beetlejuice to Beetlejuice Hawaii. It's like, haven't we said enough in the first Beetlejuice? Must we go tropical?
Apparently we're getting a Beetlejuice 2. All I know is please call it Beetlejuice 2. Beetlejuice goes Hawaiian.
That's my favorite story.
I want that title is one of my favorites, alongside Apollo the 13th. Jason takes NASA.
Jason takes NASA.
Like, it's obvious. Like, I didn't see it as disrespectful. Like when they used the deepfake. I think it's the problem is like. It's like the problem is like damn boy, where did this budget went to? Like Batgirl literally had to die for this. Why? What did you do?
What did you do, man? Why is the budget? Where's the budget?
Because like.
Oh, have a good night, Chelsea.
Have a good night, Chelsea.
Night, Chelsea.
Like oh, just like the moment when Barry first runs and it's like he just turns his entire world into a fucking PS3 game. It drove me off my seat.
Off topic, but fun fact: did you know Susan Blue is actually a lesbian?
Really? I did not know that. Good for her.
I didn't know that until yesterday.
Oh, good for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's.
For those who are watching this at all at any point, whether right now or later, Susan Blue is one of the most influential people, not just in Transformers, but in animation.
Yeah. Wow.
She was the voice of RC in both the original cartoon and in animated. But she was also the voice director for Beast Wars. So you know, one of the reasons Beast Wars is as good as it is because of her.
Yeah.
But also animated. And for the first like 6 episodes of Prime.
Interesting.
But the reason why she didn't do the rest was her wife that she had since the 80s passed away.
Whoa! Wow.
Yeah, so I understand why she left.
Yeah, understandable. I didn't even know she had a wife.
She did get remarried in 2013, thankfully. So she was able to, you know, move on. But also, voice director for Ninja Turtles.
Oh yeah.
So, again, this woman, she's fantastic. I can't sing the praise of this woman enough.
Justin, I thought you started going to sleep.
Oh, and technically, apparently because of the film, this is the film with almost all of the Batman.
Almost.
Because Christian Bale and I guess
Christian Bale's here too?
No. Bale and like Pattinson are not here, and of course, Kilmer couldn't.
Yeah.
Wait. So that means that leaves Mr. Clooney.
So Barry, unfortunately, he had to, like, I will say the scene where he's trying to take the tomato sauce out of, like, where it's like he's getting, like, getting that, like, the sauce out of the cart and putting it back. It's a heartbreaking scene because it's like he's talking to his mother. He's like he's hiding his face like behind like glasses and just like and all this other stuff. And the actress who plays the mother is great too, because there's this moment where it's like he's just talking to her. It's like, oh, like about like she was picking up cereal. It's like, oh, like, oh, this is my favorite cereal. It's like, oh yeah, like my son loves that too. And it's like, and she sees like possibly this man. She sees possibly this man who probably in a great deal of like pain. He's probably like sad. She takes out a Kleenex from her bag and she gives it to him. And she tells him, even though like she knows that he like she's speaking to an older version of her son. Someone who had to live without her. And it's like she goes to this stranger and she starts just saying wonderful things. To someone she just met in a grocery store. It's like, and it's like I like this, even though it's not perfect. I like this. I like this movie's portrayal of loss a bit more than Across the Spider-Verse. Because this movie's not trying to say like, this needs to happen. Your fucking dad needs to die, Miles, because it's important. It's like no, Barry needs to make this choice. Because either his mother or the entire world is just going to end.
All right, here we go. Let's go get Makoto now.
And it's like I don't know how to describe it. It's a wonderfully acted scene. It's like damn. Ezra Miller. Why
Busawano and Kuze. And Shibusawa.
Shibusawa,
you asshole.
Ezra, why are you such a shit?
Oh, there's Dojima. Oh, speaking speaking of shitheads, there's Dojima.
Here's Dojima.
牧村誠さんをお連れしました。よくやった、渋沢。次期若頭、これで決まったな。兄貴たちの協力のおかげです。お二人には今後も
Wait, where's Shibusawa's
堂
glasses?
島組のことを
Usually has glasses on.
それで牧村さん、殻の一坪の件で俺に話があるって？
土地はあなた方にお譲りします。あんな土地、私には必要ありませんから。
Makoto, no!
おじい様の残された土地だ。そう無下にするもんじゃねえよ。
条件があります。
10億でも不服か。
お金はいくらでも結構です。ただし、これまで殻の一坪に関係してきた若頭補佐のお三方、その人たちは私の兄を殺しました。橘不動産の社長、あの人は私の兄です。
それで
あなたの手下の首を3つ私の前に並べてください、堂島組長。それが殻の一つをお譲りする条件です。
Makoto, girl, I like your energy. I like where you're going with this, but Makoto, girl, you are in no position. You are not in any position to make deals with Dojima. I love you, girl, but you're not in any position to make deals with Dojima. It's Majima!
一人か。誰だありゃ。
マジマ。
渋沢組が始末したんじゃねえのか。
マジマ、止まれこれ。うっさいわボケ。お前らに構ってる暇はないんや。道明けな血見るだけやで。
Oh damn, he ain't. And Majima's in serious mode.
さっさとどかんかい、ボケが。
Oh, he angry. Majima angry. I got a knife though. Fuck you guys. Hiya! Hua! Cha!
I do want to mention so like even though Barry, Barry had to allow his mother to not exist anymore, he still made it to where his father's face can clearly be seen in the Super Nintendo camera. So finally there's evidence to exonerate. But doing that also came with its own changes.
Alright.
So his Batman is no longer Batfleck. It's George Clooney.
Does he have the bat nipples?
I wish.
Ah, no! Missed opportunity.
I know, he's not in his suit,
No, he's just like Bruce. Did he at least pull out the Batman credit card?
I would.
Oh my god.
I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna, you wanna get lunch, Barry? It's my treat. He pulled out the backpack card. How long has he had that?
How long has he had that Batman credit card? Oh god, it's the Chinese assassin! Makoto, no!
なんやこれは。
Wait, but don't they need her alive though for the land? Unless they just needed her there.
Well, he didn't really shoot her any vital. He just shot her in the head.
Okay.
Makoto.
Or I think they already got what they wanted. They just bullshitted to her.
Oh.
Yeah. I think they bullshitted her.
How'd they get the land off her then?
I think it's like they're like, oh yeah, I'll agree with that.
Oh, he tore off the shirt. Shit's going down. Shit's going down.
The game is on. The game is on.
Oh, he angry. Damn, he's... I love that tattoo he's got, though. I got a knife, too! Hiya! 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 Oh! Come here! Hiya! Dude, this style is so useful for, like, crowd control. It's actually amazing. I just literally plow through them with a knife. This is great. I love the Mad Dog style. Come here! Hiya! Awesome. Hiya! Hiya! Sha! Sha! Hiya! 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 Come here! Hiya! Hiya! Kablamo! Yeah, there we go. Come here. Hiya! Sha! Hiya! Wait. Hiya! Sha! Hua! Hoo! Knife! Sha! Yeah! Eat shit! Oh! Oh gosh, it's a fat guy! No, my worst nightmare! It's a fat guy! But don't worry, fat guy. I got a knife. Hiya! 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 Oh, fuck! Sha! Sha! Oh! Hiya! Hiya! Sha! Hua! Nice! Damn, Majima's ripped. Oh, who are you?
俺がわからんのか返事せえや誠
ごめんなさい。
誠
私だけじゃ何もできなかった。またあなたに迷惑。
もう喋らんでええ。
お願い聞いて。
Oh, Makoto!
あなたの手下の首を3つ私の前に並べてください。堂島組長。それが殻の一つをお譲りする条件です。
可愛い子分の首で土地を買えと？俺がその条件を飲むと思うのか？お嬢さん。
あなたが条件を飲まなければそれはそれで構いません。その時は他の方に土地を売るだけです。
なるほど。ただ俺が思うにだ。あの殻の一坪って土地は少し過大評価されすぎている。あんたは知らんだろうが、あの一坪は周りの地上げが相当進んだ時に偶然見つかった土地だ。町のど真ん中にあんな端切れの土地があるなんてことはお役所でさえ気づいてなかった。
それが？
そのまま知らなかったことにして再開発計画を進めることもできる。
おお。
だが再開発が進んだ後になってあの土地の所有権を主張されるとまずい。裁判でも起こされりゃ大事だ。再開発は白紙になる可能性も高い。
Wait, dude, why didn't you just kill Makoto in the first place then?
所有者が妙に騒ぎ立てさえしなけりゃ役人もヤクザも困りゃしねえってことだ。
I think here it's we can get the land and we could do it better. If not, just kill her here then.
この世にあんた一人しかいない。
Because it's not like it was a pain to get her. It's just like, well, you know, we could get the land, and we can make sure that we have the trump card, or you know, the land's not. You know, no one really knows that the land exists, so let's just keep it that way then.
Huh.
Think about it. Like, if someone got to Makoto first and purchased the land, like, how can they be assured of that? Yeah, how can they be assured that the landowner won't come up? And
well, then why not just kill the landowner before anyone buys it off of her?
Well, how would they know who the landowner is?
Huh.
Yeah, it's like that's a lot of bodies you need to. It's a lot of graves you need to dig.
Well, how come Shibusawa would... Oh, so... Well, so why didn't Dojima just say, go find, you know, like, here's the deal, go find a landowner, but instead of bringing her to me, whoever kills her first then gets a... Oh, Sarah!
Sarah. Well, I think, like, because, like, the thing about the Yakuza is they like to portray this idea of, well, we're honorable people. You know, we don't just want to kill, because besides, she is a civilian. You know, it's like, you don't kill a civilian unless you need to. That's why Sagawa said, like, oh, if you can get through this life, without having to kill, he'll do that. Killing is never worth it.
Makoto, 声聞こえるか？死ぬんやない。復讐でも何でもお前の望みを俺が叶えとるから。せやから頼む。
Chapter 16, Proof of Love. Oh, damn! Jeez.
Tojo Kai 最強と言われる堂島組が独占を狙う巨大な利権。カムロ町再開発計画。その鍵を握る殻の一坪の所有者、牧村誠は橘の生き別れの妹だった。極道たちは特殊な生い立ちを持つ兄と妹に情け容赦なく牙を向く。殺された兄の復讐を誓った誠もまた堂島組の凶弾に倒れ、暴力の闇に飲まれていった。しかしカムロ町が今まさに堂島の支配下に置かれようというこの日、極道の掟から外れた2人の男がそれぞれの思いを胸に伝説の幕を開けようとしていた。
Yeah, my boy Kiryu! Majima! Your Twitch is acting up, anime guy? Uh-oh. Well, we're...
How you wearing shoes inside? Are you dumb? Look all the dirt you dragged in.
Oh, I didn't know you were raiding. Oh. Thanks, anime guy. Majima, you gotta be patient. We all miss Hugh Lewis in the news, but he needs time to create, and we need to be patient.
失礼ですが、あなたは？
あの子、ここについてたのや。
Oh, game! Don't stutter on me.
大丈夫。手術は成功です。
Yes!
ただ、まだ意識が戻ってません。
No, she's in a coma. Fuck!
このまま目を覚まさないかもしれません。
Fuck, she's in a coma.
何やと？
という状況よ。
Was committing war crimes against war criminals, as the mom says. It's not a war crime the first time. Ah. Sarah! Well, speaking of crimes, Makoto just got shot by the Yakuza.
せやったらどこへ？少なくともここよりは安全な場所だ。先生にも付き添ってもらう。お前も一緒に来るか？俺があの子のそばでできることはもう何もないやろ。 セラ、誠を頼む。俺にはあの子の代わりにやらなあかんことがある。これ以上あの子を黒の世界に踏み込ませたらあかんのや。堂島組がおる限り、あの子は意識が戻ったとしてもまた狙われる。せやから俺が全部しまいにしたる。
お前まさか堂島と差し違えるとでも言うのか。
先生もあの子を頼むで。なんとか手尽くしてあいつの目を覚ましたってくれや。
マジマ。
Same night, Dojima family office.
カムロ町再開発計画。今まで散々殻の一粒に足引っ張られたが。
Give me the TLDR of what happened. We finished Majima's side quest except for one, but that happens in the last chapter which we're on right now. And then Makoto went to. They got Makoto. They shot her. And they're just gonna get the land off her dead body, essentially, pretty much. And Dojima wins, but Majima's not gonna have it, so he's gonna go to get revenge on Dojima by killing him.
何の話だ。
風間組の始末です。
ああ、Kiryu。
日教連。奴らの陰で糸を引いてたのは風間の頭ですから。堂島を裏切ったけじめはきっちりつけねえと示しがつきません。
無所にいる風間の頭を消すってことかい。
そんな中途半端なやり方じゃてっぺんなんか取れねえよ。脅し以外はズブの素人だな。
おお。
てめえなんだその口の利き方だ。
Oh, but Shibusawa's the captain now. Oh, Owano, you better watch it.
風間組の息のかかったもんは全員だ。連中を登場界からきれいさっぱり消さねえ限り、桐生みたいな跳ねっかりがまた出てくる。
Damn, they're just gonna fucking kill all of Cosmo's family.
徹底的にやらしてもらいますよ。親父。
今度の若頭は血の気が多いぜ。
Man, Dojima, you are a slimy piece of shit. I hate you. Oh, there's our boy Kiryu.
ここにいたのか、桐生。
錦。
牧村誠。まだ見つからねえ。アジア外の連中にも手貸してもらってるが。
Alright, they don't know Makoto's with Sarah yet.
そうか。
なあ、桐生。お前、真島五郎って男知ってるか？
ああ。
名前だけは聞いたことがある。そいつがどうかしたのか？
そいつも彼女を探してる。風間組の事務所に押し入って柏木さんを一人で叩きのめしたらしい。
あの柏木さんを？
真島はその後俺んとこにも来た。
やられたのかお前？
はっきり言って歯が立たなかったよ。
そんなやつが誠を探してるのか？
ただその真島は堂島組とは別で動いてる。あいつは誠を守ろうとしてるようだった。敵じゃないのかもしれね
え。だからといって仲間とは限らねえ。とにかく誠を見つけねえことには何も分からねえままだ。死んだ立花のためにも彼女だけは何としても守りてえ。
そうだな。
Oh, we got a pager. It's not number no.
知らねえ番号だ。誰からだ?
Who'd be calling me now? It could be a trap, but I can't afford to sit here watching the clock tick. Alright, time to find a payphone. Oh, well, either way, we need to save, so...
What?
Well, Nishiki, hurry the fuck up! Alright, well, either way. Alright, well, either way, I gotta get a payphone to save anyway, so... This is good. Our goals align, Kiryu. Our goals align. You need a payphone to progress the story, I need a payphone to save. It's a win-win situation. Alright. Who calling, Kiryu? Hey! Oh, excuse me. Sarah!
そっちは日教連の世良だ。世良さん？あなただったんですか。立花社長のことは聞いた。堂島組にやられたってな。俺は今アジア街の陳さんの店に来ている。お前と差しで話がしたい。すぐに来られるか。何の話です。会ってから話す。気をつけてこい。堂島組は今もお前を探してるぞ。
Alright, so we gotta go visit him in Little Asia, but first I need to save. Hiya, you can save. Yes, save. Hiya. Alright. And then with that, hiya. Hiya. Alright. Well, it took us almost 7 hours to finish most of Majima's side quests, and then we progressed the story just a bit. So now we're on the last chapter. All right, is the last chapter long? Not. Just a quick reminder that I do have stream elements. You can tip, donate, etc., whatever you want to call it. You do not have to if you don't want to. Oh, damn it! I keep forgetting to take that down. I have that every time I open up the stream. So it's not that long?
It's not that long. It's an encounter with like after Sarah, I believe there's an encounter with like with there's an encounter with like Majima in the family, in like the family office.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
The Dojima family office.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get the epic yacht battle between Kiryu and Shibusawa.
Oh. Ooh, okay. Alright then. I like that. I like the sound of that. What about the last side quest for Kiryu and Majima?
Okay, so I guess I can answer it now. So, a tradition in the games, is once you complete all the side quests, you get to fight the secret boss.
Oh.
Which is always a clan of people that a clan of apparently Yakuzas that just go by the name of Amon.
All right.
So the Amon clan, just like I think Kiryu fights Tho, and Majima fights Joe Amon.
Huh.
And not only is it's a quote unquote running joke throughout the series where it's like, Kiryu and all the characters, they have to keep beating this, they have to keep beating this the guys who are just named Amon.
Huh.
Like during a certain point in their life, even in what do you got? Even in the game that you think would be the furthest away from like this Yakuza series, their Fist of the North Star game has, when you finish all the you finish all the sub stories, has you fighting against Almon.
Huh.
So it's like Almon is kind of like that that 100% hidden final boss that's slightly difficult, but I think just you playing normal, like you I'm pretty sure you could take down both of them.
Okay.
Like and that's it.
Oh. All right. Okay. Oh, excuse me. All right. Nice. All right. So, anyways, so, as there we go. It's almost 7 hours now. 7 hours to do all this. I spend most of the time just running a damn cabaret club. All right. Well, anyways, hope everyone enjoyed me running a cabaret club for like 6.5 hours. So there we go. All right, but then next time we play Yakuza. Oh, thank you, Lord. Oh, guys, 2 o'clock already? Fuck. All right. In that case, actually, since it's 2 o'clock already, I actually have to call it here just in general, because I got something. I gotta wake up early. I got something to do. So it's a good thing.
And I have stuff to show you.
Well, I gotta go to sleep early, man. I got stuff to do tomorrow. I gotta wake up early. I know I promised, but I didn't. Look, there's. Look, I'm sorry. Well, I promise. Well, tomorrow after podcast, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be staying up late, so you could show me tomorrow. Here. I'll even make a note. I'll even make a note and like, where is it? Where's our DMs? Here, just here. I'll just put in our DMs, Nick. Just a note. Make sure Nick shows me what he wanted to show me last night. Tonight. There we go. Alright. But anyways, I'm gonna have to call it here just in general, cause I have to wake up early in the morning. I got stuff to do, so. Alright, so with that said though, tomorrow's the podcast. Well, I guess technically later tonight is the podcast. And yeah, and then next week we'll finish up Yakuza 0. Alright, so thank you everyone who came when either today or the replays and stuff. I'm a little tired, so I'm starting to stumble over. So thanks everyone who came, and we'll see you all next time. Good night.